timeless wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future." Asian Universities Alliance.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia. Unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia. Veritas, Probitas, Justitia.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Dari ini, ladies and gentlemen. IP standby. Okay. Okay. MC ready. Okay. Okay. Moderator okay. 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 We are good. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, you can also draw on your graph. If you already have a draft or manuscript of a paper that you already have, go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be satisfied that we've completed. It's 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all.
In this focus group today, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat. You received?
Berikanlah kami kekuatan, berilah kami keriduan-Mu untuk melancarkan acara ini, untuk mensukseskan acara ini. Di hari kedua ini, kami akan meneruskan program kami dari kemarin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Doa selesai.
Semoga lancar dan dijawabkan dengan kata-kata.
Hello, all participants and audience of Writing Coaching Clinics, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. We now in the main agenda of Writing Coaching Clinic sessions that consist of a concept talk and an interactive coaching session.
Now, a little bit of example of looking at the journal article. If you visit a high-ranked journal, it's one of the paper that companies get using.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance."
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia, and good morning and evening to some of you in other countries. Welcome to the pre-conference seminar. This is the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. This year, the School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia collaborate with the Asian University Alliance, AUA, to bring this significant academic conference with the grand theme of Global Strategies for the Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. This academic conference is jointly organized by Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, TUMSAT, University of Malaya, and UCSI University.
We proudly present this program pre-conference seminar to accommodate the conference participants across universities to have a roundtable research sharing discussion. Thank you to the focus groups discussants and audience to join this significant program. I am Victorina Arif.
And I am Iksan Gifari.
It is a great honor for us to be the master of ceremony of this event. We are pleased to inform you that among us here we have excellencies. Professor Ari Kuncoro, SEMA PhD, Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Ator Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Eva Ahyani Zulfa, Vice Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference.
And today, we are grateful to have the honorable keynote and plenary speakers, Jenderal TNI HOR Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, MPA, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, and the Social Emergency Restriction Coordinator in the Java, Bali region. Professor IR Dwi Korita Karnawati, MSc, PhD, Director of the Indonesian Agency for Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysics. Professor IR Gunawan Cahyono, MArch, PhD, Indonesian architect and Professor of Architecture in the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Daniel Aska Alfarobi, ST, MT, MSAS, Subdistrict Administrative Head of Kalyanyar, Tambora, West Jakarta. We are also pleased to welcome today's moderators, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC from UCSI University Malaysia, Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, SE, MSE, PhD from Universitas Indonesia.
Allow us to give some information about the pre-conference seminar. This event is brought to you for one-day program, and we will have two main sessions today. First, the plenary sessions for the keynote and plenary speech, and we will have a discussion forum. Today, this session brings the theme of strategies and adaptations to the pandemic and emerging response.
Then, we will have two breakout rooms for each focus group discussion across the topics, according to the major conference area. The strategic and global studies are meant for social and humanities, while the sustainable development approaches are allocated for science and engineering track. You might choose either one of them in the breakout room according to your expertise, background, or preferences.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the host of the event, now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia. Full salutation.
Indonesia.
Now, we will have a welcoming speech from the chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola. Please welcome Dr. Lin Yola.
Thank you, Ihsan. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, AUA Managers and Secretariats, Rector, Director, Dean, HOD, guests, discussants, and audience. Very good afternoon and good morning to some of you in other countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. I would like to welcome you all to the pre-conference seminar, the second program series of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. I am Dr. Lin Yola. I'm really honored to have this opportunity to chair this event. The 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference is an international platform to create an intellectual dialogue for academics, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, where they can share and exchange the ideas on the strategic global and sustainable development approach. This academic conference presents 3 significant programs: writing coaching clinics, pre-conference seminar, and the conference itself. We hope that our first program of the writing coaching clinic seminar was contributing the significant impacts to the publication and writing skill of the participants. Currently, we have completed call for papers from all of the authors. Then we are proud to call for our second program of pre-conference seminar that we have today. The pre-conference seminar is the academic platform to accommodate the conference authors across the universities and backgrounds to have a roundtable research sharing discussions. This program aims to discuss the conference scope across the topics that focus on 2 focus groups: strategic and global studies and the sustainable development approach. Today, we have around 16 focus group discussions and around 559 audience across Asian university countries or even continents who will continuously join our programs through both Zoom and YouTube streaming. Besides the focus group discussions, we will also have a plenary sessions with the remarkable keynote and plenary speakers. As we all aware, we have a range of the speakers from the policymakers, academic, and community actors. It is very clear that this event provides the international platform for an intellectual dialogue among the academics and non-academics with the multidisciplinary backgrounds. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our sincere gratitude to our all leaders, President of the AUA, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Director of SSGS UI that constantly and fully support the innovations in our program. To all layers of actors, AUA, university members, co-organizers, we have here the University of Tokyo, Tumsat University, Japan, University of Malaya, and of course UCSI University, Malaysia. All of the speakers, moderators, discussants, audience, and of course the IC team of SSGS UI, my sincere appreciations, and the success of this event is all yours. Thank you. Enjoy this international platform. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola, for the welcoming speech. Moving on to our next agenda, welcoming remarks of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference from the Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kunchoro, SEMA PhD. Please, Professor Ari Kunchoro, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, peaceful greeting to all of us. Your Excellency, Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, our Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Universitas Indonesia Vice Rector, Professor, Deans, Director, ASEAN University Alliance Secretariat, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As an Indonesia forefront higher education, Universitas Indonesia keeps its commitment to elevating the quality of academic and research development in every field to answer the global challenge and issues. With this, Universitas Indonesia is proud to collaborate with the ASEAN University Alliance to present the 2021 Asian University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference with the theme of Global Strategies to a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Toward a Better Future for All. There is no doubt that the pandemic crisis threatens almost all sectors of the global system. Thus, this year's conference objective focuses on sharing research findings and professional experiences to impact the post-pandemic world. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this event, the pre-conference seminar with the theme Strategies and Adaptation to the Pandemic of Energy Response, provide a platform for intellectual sharing and dialogue for authors of the 2021 Asian University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference from multidisciplinary background. We bring this program to give opportunity for authors to discuss their research findings across the topic, so the concluding argument within the conference scope will be clearly presented. To keynote speaker, plenary speaker, discussion, and moderator of this event, it is an honor to have your valuable sharing today. To our co-organizer, the University of Tokyo, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, University of Malaya, and UCSI University, it is our pleasure to professionally work with you. We highly hope that this forum brings a significant insight for the authors of the conference and participants and audiences from academic and non-academic background. Hereby, I officially open this event, the 2021 Asian University Alliance and ICSSGS Academic Conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to have keynote speech from the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs Indonesia, General TNI HOR Purnawirawan Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, MPA. In the context of this event, Honorable Minister Bapak Luhut Panjaitan will deliver his keynote speech as the coordinator of the social emergency restriction in the Java Bali region with the title of The Indonesian Strategic Policy on Emergency Restriction During Pandemic and Its Implications. Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of University Indonesia, Professor Ari Kunchoro, Director of School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, Arthur Subroto, PhD, Honorable Speakers, Ibu Korita, Profesor Gunawan, Dr. Daniel, Deans, Directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here today, so we can attend a special event, 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, which discuss strategic and global innovative research idea towards a breakthrough on global impact for society environment. In this opportunity, I will delivering a keynote speech on the topic of the Indonesian strategic policy and emergency restriction during pandemic and its implication. Since mid-June, Indonesia daily COVID cases were increasing due to the Delta variant. Daily cases which were below 10,000 in May jumped to a peak of more than 56,000 cases per day, with close to 50,000 cases occurring in Java and Bali. At the time, active cases had reached more than 550,000. In consequences, hospitals and other healthcare system were its limit. To this situation, restricting people mobility was the only option that must be taken. As of July the 3rd, the government started implementing the emergency community activities restriction enforcement or PPKM in Java and Bali to reduce and restrict people mobility. The restriction was carried out in order to suppress the spread of the virus and provide more time to increase the capacity of national health system, which is, I think, that time is very, very serious situation because all the hospital emergency full of people. To monitor the effectiveness of the PPKM policy, we established a composite index using 3 indicators, namely Facebook mobility, Google traffic, and NASA NOAA night light intensity. These 3 indicators enable the government to accurately monitor the movement of people at this district or city level with a relative short lag. On top of that, the result of our econometric modeling show information that how much mobility should be reduced and how long until the impact will be visible. This analysis is allow us to provide clear targets and specific policy recommendations to regional government, Indonesian National Armed Forces, and Indonesian National Police. Distinguished participants and ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic will not be controlled if we do not strengthen our 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment. The improvement in tracing is carried out by putting the TNI and Polri in charge, in collaboration with the Community Health Center, Puskesmas, and the regional head office. The results are solid, as we are able to increase our tracing from 3 close contacts per confirmed case to currently has reached more than 12 close contacts per confirmed case. Our testing capacity has also been increased by 3 to 4 times compared to the period before the Delta variant outbreak. We found that Delta variant is more infectious, and the patient oxygen saturation could get worse rapidly compared to Alpha variant. The spike in death rate was caused by the large number of people who chose to self-isolation at home were already in critical condition when arrived at the hospital. In order to break the Delta variant chain in infection and reduce the death rate, the centralized isolation facility became an important strategy by bringing a COVID-19 tested positive person to centralized isolation facilities. We are ensuring that person will not infect others and will receive adequate health care. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to occur around us. A number of countries that implement the zero COVID strategy have begun to shift and prepare themselves to treat COVID-19 as endemic. In the process of transitioning from pandemic to endemic, vaccination is necessary condition. Currently, we still have to work hard in order to be able to reach the 70% of coverage vaccination by the end of this year. Since we have not reached our target for vaccination, in order to prevent new outbreak, reopening the economy must be carried out gradually. The reopening of economic sectors such as shopping malls, industry, and tourist attraction is carried out through the trial periods using the digital application, Peduli Lindungi. It's a digital platform that integrates laboratory, test result, vaccination status, tracing, and community activities. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 months since the PPKM Jawa Bali has implemented for the first time. FKM UI calculation show that for the first time, Indonesia effective reproduction rate is below 1. The positivity level is currently below the WHO standard of 5%. This means that we have successfully controlled the Delta variant, although we are still very cautious on this virus. The success in managing the Delta variant outbreak has achieved through a combination of science-based policy and successful execution in the field. This achievement would not been possible without the collaboration of all parties, ministers, governors, mayor, regions, TNI, police, academics, volunteer, volunteers, health workers, students, and the entire community who have worked together, sacrificing their time and energy to overcome the Delta variant wave, which is, I think, I'm proud of that. This success is also due to the strong leadership of President Joko Widodo, who at all times provide clear direction and continues to provide motivation for the successful handling of the pandemic. Last but not least, let this collaboration continues, and I really hope that this conference will mark a great impact in dealing with the pandemic in the near future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, for the remarkable speech. Unfortunately, Bapak Luhut cannot stay with us due to his other presidential duty. However, we are so honored to have your keynote speech today, Bapak Luhut. Thank you again, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the plenary speech and discussion agenda. Let me pass this session to our today's respected moderator, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim FASC. Before that, allow me to introduce you to our today's moderator. He holds his PhD in wastewater engineering in United Kingdom and Bachelor of Chemical Engineering in Monash University, Australia. He was also a Fulbright Fellow in Cornell University, USA, and an Advanced Management Program in Templeton College, Oxford University, United Kingdom. He is now actively involved in new initiatives to develop improved guiding policies for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation for the country. In a nutshell, he has made contributions to the nation's pursuit of scientific R&D, development of S&T policies for Malaysia, marketing of palm oil worldwide, and creating public awareness of S&T through his writing in the media. He is now a professor of chemical engineering at the UCSI University Kuala Lumpur and serves as a Fraunhofer Senior Advisor for Malaysia. Without further ado, let us welcome Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Victorina, and thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me to moderate the sessions at today's pre-conference seminar. And I've been asked to look at the session on sustainable development approaches. As have been mentioned in the keynote address, we face a lot of threats. The world faces a lot of threats. We thought we were only facing climate change and global warming, but the pandemic came. And the pandemic is also a big threat to the world. It has disrupted economies and it has brought a lot of sufferings to people all over the world. The number of deaths has escalated. So we are faced with a health crisis and it's not over yet. Although the vaccine has been introduced, and now the latest we hear is that there are some therapeutic drugs that have been developed. So these are good news. But we must remember, I've been told by scientists that the pandemic is also a product of our neglect of the climate change, because the pandemic actually came from disturbed habitats in our biodiversity. It's the microbes which have been disturbed from the natural habitat. It came out and it started infecting people. So the bigger enemy, in fact, is climate change. So I think it's very appropriate that the organizers have picked the theme of sustainable development as the theme for the conference. And today we have 3 speakers who will speak to us on various aspects of sustainable development, including the role of architecture and others. So without further ado, can we invite the first speaker to the speaker is let's see, Professor Dr. I.R. Dwi Korita Karnawati, MSc PhD. We will speak on there's no topic. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, is the speaker ready? Professor Dwi Korita.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the invitation to thanks to Professor Dato Ahmad and also to all colleagues in the Zoom. And I would like to share several aspects related to disaster warning and alert in Indonesia, especially during this pandemic. And I would like to emphasize on the challenges and the innovation that we need to further improve. First of all, I would like to briefly illustrate how the complexity and dynamic of the challenge in Indonesia is not only related to the tectonic condition, like what I see in the map at the bottom, the two bottom maps. Indonesia is situated in the most active plate tectonic region, as well as in the ring of fire. Actually, it's not only single ring of fire, but also influenced or controlled by the Circum-Mediterranean. That's the ring of the volcanic activity coming from the Asia. It's not only surrounding the Pacific, but also coming from the Asia, from the western part. Well, then again, next slide, please. Indonesia is also situated. No, it's that slide number 4, please. No, slide number 4. I think it's different. Okay, anyway, actually, I would like to mention that Indonesia is also situated in between two big ocean. That's Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean, as well as two big continents, that Asia continent and Australia continent, as well as we are situated in the equators. So we are not only vulnerable for the earthquake and tsunami, but also we are vulnerable for the global climate change, or the impact of global climate change. So that's a complete challenge from the climate, from the weather, from the tectonics, from the volcanics. And how we must strengthen our policy for disaster mitigation. First, we must keep continuing to improve our technology, to improve our innovation in technology. Otherwise, we could not face, or we could not mitigate properly how the tropical cyclone, which significantly increased in terms of the frequency, the occurrence of tropical cyclone. Now it's almost every year, even though in 1 month can be twice of tropical cyclone. That's according to BMKG data. And again, La Nina, El Nino, in the past, according to our data, the cycle or the return period, it's can be 8 years return period. Nowadays, it can be only 2 up to 3 years. So it's getting shorter written period. This situation is also getting worse when the environment has been changed, uncontrolled. So a complete disaster occur, multi-disaster, multi-hazard. Even now we have pandemic, so we can have disaster and disaster. So within the pandemic, we have been struck by earthquakes several times. We have been struck also by tropical cyclone. We have been struck by landslides, debris flood, and flood. So basically, first, for the policy in disaster mitigation, at first, we must improve our capacity, especially the technology. Indeed, like BMKG, working together with other institutions, national and international institutions, we improve our capacity such through tsunami early warning system. Now we have early warning system, but still limited to the tsunami warning due to the tectonic, due to the earthquake, because 90% of the tsunami occurrence mainly due to the earthquake, due to the tectonic, like what happened in Banda Aceh. However, since 2018, we struck by tsunami Palu. Normally, tectonic tsunami, it has about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes to come after the earthquake struck. However, like in Palu, the tsunami arrival is very quick, very fast, only within 2 up to 4 minutes. And our existing early warning was not designed for the tsunami like what happened in Palu, because it was not purely tectonic tsunami. According to the tectonic knowledge, it's supposed not induce the tsunami, because the fault, the earthquake was due to the strike slip fault, which actually not result in tsunami. However, the fault result in landslides, submarine landslides. So the tsunami was not purely due to the earthquake, but due to the submarine landslides. Similar, in Sunda Straits, we have another tsunami, and it was not due to the earthquake. It was due to the volcanic eruption and inducing submarine landslides. So that's why we start to understand that our existing early warning system is not really fit to the existing challenge, where non-tectonic tsunami occur more and more. So that's why another innovation now is still ongoing in order to provide early warning, which is also capable for the non-tectonic tsunami. That's still the homework, not yet completed yet. And another thing, another challenge is about, because when we talk about the early warning system, when we talk about the mitigation, disaster mitigation, it comprises upstream and downstream. Upstream is mainly for technical things, technology, technical matters. So like for observation, monitoring, simulation, modeling, and then prediction, early warning. Unfortunately, when the product of the technology, that's the information such as early warning information, when it is produced, it must be delivered down to the community. So the community in the impacted area must receive that information as early as possible, so they can provide proper response to save their life. Unfortunately, due to various social, cultural problems, the information coming from BMKG, which has been received by BNPB, like in the picture, then received by BPBD. So it must be understood that information from BMKG is directed to BPBD and BNPB as well as to the media, also to the police and the army, not directly to the community. Because in the downstream, it is coordinated by BNPB in order to deliver further, especially through BPBD, the information from BMKG delivered further to the community. It can be through various media. Unfortunately, we conduct the fact-finding. We found that the end of the chain of that information is disconnected due to several reasons. It can be due to the technology reason. It can be due to non-technology reason. For instance, due to the technology, is like in Palu earthquake and tsunami, information from BMKG can be disseminated to most of the people in Indonesia through the mobile phone, through the website, through the social media, except for the people living in Palu, for the people living in the vulnerable area. That because the BTS, the communication was collapsed due to the earthquake occur before the tsunami. So information from BMKG just stopped in BPBD, could not be delivered further because the electricity was off, the communication network was off, and the people, the person in charge to handle that information, which is in the local government, which is in BPBD, was not in the place because it has been the off hour, and unfortunately disaster doesn't have office hour, so it's quite non-technical reason that we need to have the people in charge in the local area for 24 hours, and that's still the problem. So that's the problem of non-technical, and another problem of technical is about the communication network. To solve that problem, we try to improve the innovation by providing the communication, which is not depend on the electricity and the Wi-Fi and not depend on the normal communication network. We just launching another communication backup just for the backup. So it must be several layers, several redundant communication. We provide for HT, that's a communication, radio communication. And we have tested that in Pacitan and in Cilacap. It works well. So the HT can replace that problem, can replace the electricity, the communication which require electricity and Wi-Fi. So hopefully it can also be implemented in other parts of Indonesia. And we really request the local government, because for the downstream, it is mainly conducted by the local government, BPBD, and instructed by BNPB is the leader in this downstream. Now we are working on that, and this is another problem. When the innovation suppose can be received by the local government in the regency and in the province or in the city, that's in BPBD, then they press the button of siren. So the siren of early warning actually has been prepared by BNPB. It's more than hundreds, several hundred sirens across Indonesia. Unfortunately, the siren, now the lifetime has been expired, and the spare parts for the siren to replace the expired spare parts is not available anymore in the fabricant. So there is another problem. That's quite many sirens doesn't work anymore. It's not only about the electricity, about the siren itself, which was built by BNPB, then given to the local government to be further maintained. So it's supposed to be maintained by local government, operated by local government. So when BMKG send the warning to the local government, so they can press the button by themselves as suggested by BMKG if the level of warning is at the top level. Now it doesn't work. Some doesn't work. It's quite many doesn't work. It is another problem. Yeah. So again, we are trying to innovate again. We put the siren in the mobile phone. So now, if we install the application from BMKG, so we can have the siren in the mobile phones. It's not the real siren in the tower, but still it is under the test process, test period, experiment soon. It has been implemented successfully in Pacitan and in Cilacap. However, again, when we rely on mobile phone, sometimes the network of mobile phone is also collapsed. Yeah. So that's why we need satellite.
Dr. Can you conclude now? Because
yes, we are approaching the. Thank you very much. We are approaching for the conclusion again. When we talk about disaster, it's not only technical but also the social aspect, cultural aspect, community empowerment. And during the pandemic, we have. Could you jump to the pandemic slide? We have prepared since early last year. At the beginning of the pandemic period, we provide several guideline rules, that the people should provide, the local government should provide shelter, which is double larger than what available now, because for the distance resistance due to the pandemic, and also must provide more protocol for healthy, integrated in the protocol for evacuation. All information is available in this poster. Mainly, we must stay healthy in that procedure for evacuation by implementing this protocol. So thank you very much for all of your attention, and very happy to have further discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korita, for your very insightful speech. And we all know that disasters, natural disasters, climate disasters, health disasters, we all have to contend with now. Thank you once again. And next, because of time constraint, we have to move to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Professor I.R. Gunawan Chajono. And he is a very illustrious personality. Education, he had in architecture engineering from Universitas Indonesia, and Master of Architecture from UCLA, USA, 1983, PhD from University College Berkeley, USA, and he is a professor in architecture, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. He's got a long list of achievement, so I have no time to go through all of them. I hope the participants can look at the information that is dished out by the committee. Please, Professor Gunawan.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ahmad Ibrahim, for the generous introduction about me. My dear colleague, I cannot mention all of your name, but all of you are honorable. So let me share my screen. Okay. Is it clear now?
Yes, yes. Very clear.
Okay. Let me see whether it can be full screen.
Please try to keep your time to 10 minutes, Professor.
Okay. My topic is redomestication of humans, urban spatial change to live by the pandemic. The pandemic is not over. All of you know that. Thus, we still need to live by it. So stay home. That's the command. By the time this presentation is prepared, the world has recorded 219 million cases, with 4.19 million cases in Indonesia. The main concern of this presentation are two questions. What lessons this pandemic has taught us, and what can we discern from the wisdom of our ancestors? You can see, of course, all of you know about this. The issue raised, the stay-home health protocols have become new standard to live by the pandemic. Thus, we are encouraged to domesticate ourselves. Are we in the era of redomestication of humans? Let us retrospect about how human beings have evolved and what she had achieved with all the creation of the earth. Here are some of the pictures. Domestication of humans. Domestication refers to a process of taming animals and plants by a controllable standard set by the dominant species to the environments with certain means to achieve the aims. In such a process, humans domesticated for reducing wildness, destructiveness, and aggressiveness. Are we now more aggressive? That's the question. A recent discovery of paleoarchaeology and genetics reveals that about 600,000 years ago onward, ancient humans experienced self-domestication. So we inherit the overall figure and social evolution, which leads to civilization. Perhaps the excess of civility leads us to become insatiable and less civilized. You can see the school of ours now become, we don't have huge jaw anymore. These are the process of self-domestication its aftermath. Many scholars suggested that human self-domestication to reduce aggressiveness had involved the development of the concept of commensalism and mutualism in the long process of symbiosis in evolution. It led to the creation of agriculture, private property, city, and state, with also the exploitation of humans upon humans. Here, commensalism and mutualism developed earlier had faded and exploitation of humans had gradually emerged. Under the framework of free market economy, which we are in now, property, wealth accumulation, and progress had further divided differences among cultures with all the consequences. When mutualism is its plus-plus condition, commensalism plus and zero with no harm to the other, parasitism with plus and minus. That's the picture. Collaboration and social cohesion. Mutual benefit prompts humans' collaborative act. It establishes norms for social interaction and cohesive bond. Yet such conditions did not rule out conflicts, xenophobia, and wars. It was this collaborative act that led to further development of rules to live together and means of protection and strategies for small group survival. A firm agreement of norms and then rules may lead to the agreement of status, lineage, family, community, and even state. Social stratification may lead to class difference and dominance of one group upon others. This is megalothemia, if you're familiar with Fukuyama's work. Here occur the opportunity for one group serve or exploit the others. Collaboration needs inclusiveness and equal recognition standing for those participated. We see the old picture, artist impression, and so on. This is a collaboration act. Human exploit humans, slavery. The practice of agriculture led to settlement formation, and the occurrence of different social groups may have claimed territorial border. At the earlier stage, it was quite possible that the community built shelter for all members as shown by many village communities today. However, conflicts, battles with captives as the residue had led to the exploitation of humans upon humans after the ideas of production, ownership, and excessive consumptions. If city defines civilization and determines the price of products, then it had also generated human exploitation upon humans. Slavery came out as a byproduct. So we continues, the idea of property, capital accumulation, and class distinction alter consumption patterns from those of subsistence and productive, need-based, to those of conspicuous, leisure, class-based. The growth of wealth had also created the leisure class, whose predatory culture had induced greed and competition to be served exquisitely. By the capitalistic thought, exploration of the earth caused catastrophes such as climate change, pollution, wildfire, flood, and shortage of resources. The modern lifestyle supported by the technological inventions created new norms which had weakened physical health as less bodily movement and long duration of staying in one position at work. Spoiled by the ability to accommodate the environment, we live in a comfort condition and consider it as a given and a norm. Then comes the COVID, which stopped our growth. Here, what we did. A revisit about domestication. Domus, which later adopted in English dome, meaning house, is the root of domestication. Yet we have no idea about what habitation was like in the past. Dome was perhaps a temporary shelter erected by our ancestor in order to stay for expecting the plants she had tamed yielding the consumable products. This entails the earlier settlement despite its temporal dimensions. Multifunctionality of dome environment. By building domes, humans establish a place of existence. In and around it, the daily activities had taken place, including worshipping, working, rearing, communicating, domesticating, storing, educating, entertaining, body cleaning, resting, eating, and caring. Entire smaller social unit grows with the house environment, as almost all resources are within reach without transport. House environment was a microcosmos which provides an engaged meaning of life. Thus, the ancient humans had mostly stayed home and conducting daily life around home. Now we introspect ourselves. While staying at home, we may rethink our act prior to the pandemic. The world had been suffered from our greedy exploration.
You have 2
Sure.
minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Our sky seldom so clear, the air never so pure. We seldom notice the abundance of domestic activities which had been undertaken by family members. We seldom aware of the existential will of other family members. And by the advancement of technology, we can do many things at home. We can thus rediscover the meaning of home and then humanity. Challenge ahead. So the lesson, learning from self-domestication of early humans had provided a certain insight which might lead us to different paths of civilization. First, the path to civility could have led to communal resource possession, such as land, water, air, and energy for isothermia. Second, the path to strengthen family ties with more equal distribution of responsibility with sound household management in education, healthcare, entertainment, sport, and other need-based consumption. Third, the path to reconstruct the social life with fair access to healthcare, information, education, and need-based supply chaining network. Fourth, the path to alter production and consumption distribution network ought to be managed by the communities of smaller social units. Fifth, the path to engineer the process of social order and fair distribution of power. Sixth, the path to restructure the cooperative type of production, draw economy to its original meaning, ensuring fair share and distribution of income with environment consideration. Seven, perhaps we should follow the path of the donut economics model versus that of growth-oriented one. Eight, plan with mission for innovation to empower improving our environment. So the pandemic draws us back to the basic humanity by providing the opportunity to rethink the current malpractice which caused the exhaustion of our mother nature. These malpractices have also created social injustice, increasing the gap between the rich minority and the poor majority. Staying home may ask you to either complain about the disruption of normalcy or to reflect for finding a new rethinking framework. I prefer to find the new path based on the wisdom of ancient self-domestication for a more human nature. So, fair distribution and uses of urban space need regulations, which ought to be community-based with necessity as the measure. In this regard, city and village become a continuum of settlements. There will have no urban-rural divide as urban lifestyle will merge with that villages. The role of design school ought to reorient their approach from design for to design with. Design ought to take serious efficiency and justice with sustainable development goals as major considerations. I would like to express my appreciation for Professor Lai Chi-Ken for informing me about donut economic model. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan. Very interesting analysis of how human is going back to be domesticated. I think over the last many years, we have gone wild. We have been destroying the environment, and now the pandemic has forced us to go back and be domesticated. Very good. Thank you very much. Next, we have a speaker, Dr. Andes Daniel Azka Al-Farabi. He is actually the sub-district administrative head of Kalyanar, Tambora, West Jakarta. Please welcome Dr. Andes Daniel, please. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Andes. Yeah. We can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Pak Rector of the University of Indonesia, Pak Arif Kunchoro, the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Pak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Honorable Director SSGS UI, Pak Otor Subroto PhD, the Honorable Conference Chairman, Dr. Lin Yola, and the Honorable all invited speakers and moderators, also the seminar participants whom I respect. Thank you for the opportunity and an honor to take part in today's pre-conference seminar. I hope that my experience while serving as Lurah Sub-District Head in Kalanyar can be useful and enrich our discussion today. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Azka Al-Farabi. I was the former Sub-District Head in Kalanyar from 2016 until August 2021. And just now I have my new position as Secretary of the District Head in Palmerah. In summary, what will I convey today is divided into three topics, namely where and how is Kalanyar Sub-District, how was Kalanyar COVID-19 in Kalanyar Sub-District, and how did the people of Kalanyar respond. Before I go more about the Kalanyar Sub-District, I want to highlight the condition of DKI Jakarta Province. According to the Law Number 29/2007, Jakarta is the capital city of the Republic of Indonesia. It has 5 municipalities with 1 regency, 44 districts, and 267 sub-districts. West Jakarta is the highest density municipality. And also, according to data from the health agency, West Jakarta has the second highest number of positive cases of COVID-19. West Jakarta is divided into 8 districts, and Tambora is the highest population density districts. Kalanyar Sub-District has an area of 31 hectares with 29,000 people. So the population is not quite high, but the problem here is the area is very small, only 21.6 6.8 hectares. So the density is 5 times higher than the average density in Jakarta City. So from the picture, we can see the condition of the Kalianyar. The buildings are so crowded. The Kalianyar people live in a dense environment and have limited space. And the housing lacks natural ventilation and lighting. And the main character of the community in Kalianyar is heterogeneous, coming from various ethnic groups. The main types of employment are day labor, private employment. The average per capita income is only 2 until 5 million rupiah per month, or around 135 until 300 US dollar per month. The economic activity in Kalianyar are dominated by the informal sectors in the form of the home industry, especially in confection. But even in such a limited situation, I can proudly inform that Kalianyar had no case until mid-April 2020. And when Jakarta had reached more than 1,000 cases, around 1,900 cases, and was the second highest recovery rate in Tambora districts. And according to the data DKI Jakarta Provincial Head Office, the spread of the COVID-19 in Kalianyar is still relatively low. Now I want to go back to the early break. So I remember that the governor of the Jakarta already give us the instruction, all the sub-district head, that we have to be aware about the COVID-19 at that time. And in February, I remember in February at that time, it's not COVID-19, it's still called the Wuhan phenomena. Then I believe that the first action is the most crucial to reduce the spread, mostly in the area in Kalianyar, since the area is so crowded. These are the first initial action that we conduct together with the people in Kalianyar, optimizing power network to assist the need, sharing the information aids, and responsible to the community level. We also providing disinfectant collectively, since the local disaster task force need a time to procure the disinfectant, etc., because the regulation. And that's why we provide disinfectant collectively. We also make cleaning and spraying the public area periodically. We also get the aid from our network. At this picture, we can see the BMW give us the aids, and also we make face mask distribution to the people. At that time, actually, the use of the face mask is not what we call it. It's not recommended for the health people, actually. The people in the neighborhood in Kalianyar also making a gate in order to what we call it, to reduce the spread of the COVID-19, so the stranger people cannot enter the neighborhood, and the community can be safe. We also make a community of the kitchen, as we know that at the first time of the pandemic, it takes time to get the PCR results, more than 1 day, around 2 or 3 days. And then at the time, the people has to be stay at home, and we provide all the food. So the people in Kalianyar are cooking the food and give it for free to the people who make self-isolation in their house. We also providing the public hand washing. So we can find many public hand washing around in Kalianyar, and provide it with soap, and it's all free. We also cleaning and spraying the public area periodically. So the whole series does need a concert effort, not only the local government, but also all the elements in the community to collaborate, especially in adapting to changing situation with limited funds and other challenges. As well known, the pandemic is not the first, yet nothing is new under the same sun. There will be no new normal in the absence of creating resilience and sustainable future. So as Abraham Lincoln once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andas Daniel, for sharing with us what happened in terms of response in the West Jakarta. As we can see, people come together and it brings out the best in people during this pandemic, collaborating and helping out society. Thank you once again, Dr. Andes Daniel. And now we go to the session of discussion, question and answers, and some questions from the audience. And I would like to invite my co-moderator, Dr. Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, to actually give your comments also on some of the presentation that has been given. Please, Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato Ahmad, for inviting me joining in the discussion. And my name is Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman. I'm lecturer at Sekolah Strategik and Kebijakan Publik, University of Indonesia. It is an honor for me to accompany Professor Dato. I'm looking up to him in this occasion and in his capacity as a researcher. So I think the session has been illuminating strategic policy, which we can see the connection from the macro level, where Pak Luhut mentioned how Indonesia has introduced several policy to mitigate the problem of the COVID pandemic. And then from Professor Bikora, which I like, the important notion she mentioned is that disaster doesn't have office hour. Disaster can come anytime, which means that our capacity and our ability to protect and to give the early warning system is very important. And then the third, Professor Gunawan mentioned about Francis Fukuyama remark, which is very interesting, as myself is also an economist, that maybe we see pandemic from the other side of the coin, where it gives several opportunities for us to contemplate that it will flatten the stratification of people, so that the extraction of people on other society can be reduced at this time for the time being. And lastly, I'm really happy and amazed with the presentation from Dr. Andes Daniel, how a district which is very densely populated can avoid the turbulence of COVID pandemic. Maybe if I can rise up one question, Professor, if we can attract them with one question. So Professor Bikora, you mentioned the challenges that government is currently facing regarding the spare part. Syringe doesn't work, a spare part's not available, and with this, with the fact that hurricane and then earthquake can come anytime, what will be the solution at this point to mitigate the problem, and how can you illustrate with us the communication with the local and sub-local districts, such as Pak Daniel here as Lurah, for instance? What will be the mean of communication to raise the awareness that we are now entering a very risky condition? If we don't prepare anything at any time, it will be, it will be jeopardizing society at large. Please, Professor Bikora and Pak Daniel.
Well, thank you very much for the questions. It's very challenging questions. Basically, why we emphasize the importance of early warning system, especially during the pandemic. Because if we neglect this importance of early warning systems, it will result in worse situation during the pandemic. So by neglecting early warning system, then the disaster occur, and many people must be together, stick closely together. So that will be getting worse, like what happened in Western Sulawesi, in Southern Kalimantan, and several other disaster area. So it can be the cluster, new cluster for pandemic. And the questions, what I just explained is just the background. Why when we talk about the pandemic, we're still thinking about the early warning, because in order to prevent further spread of the pandemic or being the new cluster. And the answer, the question related to the siren, the spare parts. Yeah, siren and spare parts. It's very important to provide the early warning directly to the people. Unfortunately, due to that limitation, so we cannot do that for several areas. And the solution, we just developed innovation, the new version of siren. The new version of siren, it can be installed into our mobile phone. So it's not the real physical siren. So that's from the mobile phone. By assuming the communication through mobile phone will not collapse due to the disaster. And how we can coordinate with the local, our head of village, we work together with the local government. They have an existing system in the local government, how to connect the local government to the local village, collaboration, coordination. Right. So we try to jump into the existing network from the local government in the kabupaten or in the province directly to the local village. And we also visit the local village directly to talk, to do some field school. Yeah, we work with the local village for the field school, for the fishery, for the farmers, and for the student and the local village as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bikora. And Pak Daniel, when you mentioned about 3 steps of action that you mentioned in your slides, initial action, voluntary action, collaboration, what has been the mean of coordination? I mean, looking into the area when you were working on, it was densely populated. The risk of COVID spread has been really huge, I believe. But then with whole collaboration that you have, it has prevented the region from further further attack of the pandemic. What has been put as mean of coordination and tool of communications between you, yourself, and the population at large, society at large?
Thank you, Pak. So yeah, in the first beginning of the pandemic, I believe that Kalianyar will be suffer enough if we don't prepare from the beginning. So yeah, in the first of all, we already coordinate with all the stakeholders, including the Islamic scholar in Kalianyar, because as we know that the majority in Kalianyar are Muslims. So we invite all the Islamic scholar. We discuss with him. We ask them to help us to communicate with the people in Kalianyar. So and I'm so lucky because when the pandemic hit the Kalianyar, I've already working in Kalianyar for 5 years. So there is trustworthiness between me and the people in Kalianyar. So that make us easier to communicate, to coordination and communicate with the people in Kalianyar. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I'm giving back to Professor Dato, one last question from me for Professor Gunawan. You mentioned how the transition during the pandemic has changed the landscape of social structure from megathemia to isothemia. What will be the consequence for urban planning? Does it mean that now we will be witnessing less development of malls, condominium, everything will be flattened? Do you see any particular difference in the future when we are becoming flat in the society, Professor?
Yeah, it needs, thank you for this marvelous question. The most hurt probably the big capitalist, okay, the investor, the developer. What I mean is not to take out all of the revenues, but you can put less revenues and then invest more in environment. That's what the donut economy tells us. And then I think the government should rethink about the cooperative. which in Indonesia now means kooperasi, not kooperasi anymore. I squeeze you all to squeeze out your energy and to myself. So thus reduce the gap between the rich and the poor, and then conduct a more justice policy from top to the bottom.
Thank you, Professor Gunawan. And now I'm giving back to our main moderator, Professor Dato Ahmad. Please, Professor Dato.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. Those are very good questions. I'm especially interested in the presentation of the views from Professor Gunawan. The re-domestication, that's quite interesting. But do you think that people will change? You know, we are into the new normal, but once things get better, do you think we'll go back to the old normal in terms of greed and all the other stuff?
Thank you for this comment. People now used to and live in their comfort zone by the tradition of capitalism. But we need to really aware of what happened before, because I am a survivor of the COVID. So I have the time to rethink all of what happened to me and my environment. I never realized that my wife has so many burdens to work at home. And I never realized that I have the responsibility to also teach my grandchildren. So I have no complaint about what COVID brings us. But because surviving the COVID, it's a blessing as well. So I think we need to really think about ourselves. Live side by side with capitalism is okay, but we have different paths towards civilization. That's what I think. So I just try to conduct a new study about re-domestication rather than follow the term new normal and so on. Just go back and rethink so we can make our own theory, not led by all this capitalistic work, especially after the Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher era, which reduced the capacity of government and led a lot of outsourcing of the government work to the consultant and so. I think we need to rethink that. A recent book, Mission Economics by Masukato, also accompanied with Donor Economic. I think it's a very good book and make me to realize that we have to rethink about ourselves.
All right, thank you very much. Can we have some questions from the audience? I don't see any question from the audience.
Prof. Ahmad, we actually have compiled some offline questions from the audience.
Yes.
IT team, can you please present the questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we actually have several offline questions for your reference to all plenary speakers, Prof. Ahmad. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe we could start from the first slide.
There is a question here for Professor Di Korita. We are used to face a lot of natural disaster in Indonesia. Now we are forced to manage the pandemic. What should be the main gap of strategies in overcoming for the long-term solution?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Should I answer now? Or,
yeah, you can answer now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, indeed, now we are still in the pandemic period. And unfortunately, the disaster doesn't care whether there is a pandemic or not. So that's why the strategy to solve that problems here, we must keep continuing, even keep improving our capacity to monitor, to predict, and then to provide early warning. Because when we fail for that, the impact will be double or triple. Because not only victims due to the disaster itself, but also multiple impact to the pandemic. So this catastrophic event can occur. So that's why the strategy is improving our existing capacity. We conduct a collaboration with several experts from the university and agency, as well as from international experts. So that's what we decided for the strategy. Thank you very much.
To give early warning, we must be able to read the disaster well, isn't it? We must know that disaster is coming, so we give early warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the, I've come across the use of satellite also. Satellite imaging.
That's the technology.
Trying to understand the disaster. Okay, next question, Professor Gunawan. What would be the new direction of city development post-pandemic? Was the correlation between pandemic crisis and new direction of city development explained in any of the classic city theory? If you could recommend what goal of SDG is to be amended or added in response to the pandemic issues? Please, Prof. Gunawan.
Okay, I want to know who asked this question actually.
Well, we don't have the
looks like it's a planner. Our financial framework in Indonesia is annually filled out by the government, local government. So in terms of this framework, usually the city provides policy, provide the design, which is for the community to accept without any rejection. So I design for you. With this framework, we can do very little. What I propose is to change this framework, not design for, but design with the community. So it needs a longer period of construction of the policy and also the plan to develop. So development is for human. It's not for building or sanitation. Of course, it's for human too. We need to construct a good or civilized person. So that's the first question.
Yeah.
So we need to turn the previous city theory or planning theory upside down after the COVID. The second question, sustainable development goals, put the goals up to 2030 for all of the nations who committed to achieve. It's not over yet. Then come the COVID. So many from the 17 goals, many are still applicable. We don't need to amend it. I say, what we need to consider is to control the crowding instead of density in terms of city. In the goals 11 is sustainable cities and communities, right?
Yeah.
So develop the community, develop the citizen, then the city will be developed quite well.
Yeah, that's right. The crowding. Actually, one of the big issue in the pandemic is the overcrowded facilities. And if you look at the cases in the pandemic, most are concentrated in the urban areas because of the crowding. So maybe there'll be a spread of urban into rural, as you mentioned in your speech as well, isn't it, Prof. Gunawan? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have another question for Dr. Andes Daniel Askar. Pandemic is a real threat to all layers of communities, including the poor and the informal communities. As the sub-district head who is so close to the poor, what are the national policies to be improved or replaced in response to the pandemic with concern on the poor especially? Dr. Andes Daniel?
Thank you, Pak. So actually, we already have several programs in order to help the poor that impact from the pandemic. Some of the program is called bantuan langsung tunai. So we give the money direct to them, and then also we give the sembako like rice and sugar and etc. So these are the direct impact of the. I mean that are the several concerns from the government, and then in connection with the improve of the pandemic. So I think we have to help the informal sectors. So we believe that informal sectors are impact so hard because of this pandemic. So we do need to help the informal sectors like direct loan or with a very small interest or maybe an aid to the informal sectors.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrews Daniel. Oh, there is a question for myself as well. I'm not the plenary speaker, right? But anyway, this Indonesia and Malaysia, in fact, all countries are going through tough time in the pandemic. And of course, I can see that there is more urgency to collaborate among nations, to share how we have managed the pandemic. Equally, I think ASEAN, Indonesia and Malaysia and all the ASEAN countries, we need to come together and look at how we're going to manage such kind of disaster in the coming future. But I believe that technology is one of the key areas that we need to look at. And we have now use of technology like digitalization and Industrial 4.0. So this should be applied to the health sector, the economic sector, and I think Indonesia and Malaysia, there are a lot of opportunities to collaborate. As you know, Malaysia and Indonesia, we are together, we produce 90% of the world's palm oil. So, so we can cooperate together, then it will be good for both countries. There is a question now for yes. Can you show the other slide, please? Yeah, the slide. No more questions?
That's all from the offline questions.
That's all from the
Ahmad,
offline
yeah.
questions. All right.
Yes.
Then I saw one question from the chat box. I think there's no more question.
And we have one more question.
Yes,
Professor Dato. Yeah. I'm still scared when listening to Professor Dwi Korra presentation. When she mentioned how irregular tsunamis we had in Indonesia. So usually tectonic tsunami took 20 minutes to 30 minutes before reaching people's homes. But the last one in Palu, it was only taking about 2 to 3 minutes. And the problem is even more so when we realized there was no signal to allow us being connected to the early warning system. So in that kind of circumstances, Professor Dwi Korra, what should we do when we first, see something is not correct, it's not right with regards to tsunami or earthquake?
Right. Thank you very much for a very difficult question. Actually, that's also the difficult part facing by all experts of tsunami. So it makes us realize when we are not really ready with the technology. So we must back to the local wisdom. For instance, like in Palu, we also have investigation related to the cultural and social local wisdom. Actually, the earthquake occurred twice. The first earthquake is also strong, but none of the animal running away to Upper Hill. However, the second earthquake makes cows and animals running away to Upper Hill, and the people looking after the cows chasing the animal. So they are safe. So the wisdom that we learn, we use the earthquake itself as the early warning. So starting now, we campaign to every community in the coastal area. When you feel ground shaking, just don't think about the early warning. Just run away from the coastal area, find the highest place. Don't think about siren, don't think about the early warning. The early warning is the earthquake itself. Until then, we innovate our existing early warning. So back to the local wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gregoria. Back to you, Dato.
Yeah, are there anybody in the audience who wants to ask question? Ask live question instead of this chat box. Anybody from the audience? No?
We actually have the, if this is for Ferhat Karaca, if Mr. Ferhat is here, maybe you can turn on your microphone.
Yeah, please.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, please.
This is Ferhat, and we have been working on to improve the building. I mean, residential buildings to make them more resilient for the pandemic, for longer time of isolations. So while I am listening, Professor Gunawan, I just like to ask this question. I think he can provide some insights and ideas. How or what kind of designs we can adopt or implement for the residential buildings to keep people more mentally healthy. Even I saw your picture in a boat. It seems that you are quite relaxed there, mentally healthy. So that's why I just like to ask this question particularly to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
Ferhat.
Thank you.
We are now used to air conditioning, but unfortunately, I am not buying that idea. My house is without air conditioning, so please design more more opportunity for the windows to open. Cross ventilation, this is one part. Second, your design should be convertible. The COVID teaches us that. You see, many buildings have been converted into hospitals. So don't make a very fixed design for your building, but convertible become a new concept. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Any others who want to ask question? That was a good question from Mr. Farhat.
Hi.
Anybody else?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Komara from Perkotaan. Actually, I struck by Professor Gunawan actually. So there are two things. One is a challenging of neoliberal school of thought actually. I like that to some extent, but means that the Department of Economics around the world should be closed. Sorry, just joking. That's one. Challenging Pak Gunawan. The second one is I'm a bit a kind of exploring question to you, because now I'm working with Kemenparekraf on promoting tourism. But tourism is from the word tour is travel, looking around the world, enjoying open air, enjoying art and social and culture of other people. The problem is, well, even virtual tourism is, people don't buy it because they're sitting at home and virtual tourism, come on. Yeah. So my question is, how do you see the future of world tourism? Yes, Pak Gun, silakan.
Yeah, please, Prof. Gunawan.
I cannot know the future, actually. That's a challenging question. What I want the government think about is that don't make kind of manufacturing of heritage and consuming the tradition for tourism sake. Keep the values, not the price. Don't turn the values of the local community into price. Okay? Values can be priceless. Of course, when you convert it into currency, it can become price. But what we did now is kind of manufacturing our heritage and then consuming our tradition. We will do harm for the later cycles of economy. So
Yeah.
be smart after the COVID, I think. Did that answer
When
your
do we have
question?
to stop, MC? What time we have to stop?
Yes, this is probably the last questions for this sessions, Prof.
Last question.
Ahmad.
Okay,
Yes,
right.
thank you.
So thank you very much, the speakers and also those who raised questions. I now pass back to the MC for the next. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Ahmad, one of our remarkable moderators of today's session. Next, we kindly ask Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference, Dr. Lin Yola, to give a token of appreciation to our honorable speakers for the insightful speech. Please, Dr. Lin, to give the token of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Ihsan. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to present the token of appreciation to all of our speakers today. The first one, of course, goes to our keynote speaker, Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Bapak Luhut, for the very remarkable speech of today. And the next one, we have a token of appreciations to Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati. She is the Director of Indonesian Agency of Meteorology and Climatology Geophysics of Indonesia. Thank you very much again, Prof. Dwi Korita, for the very wonderful speech today. And the next token of appreciations goes to our Professor Gunawan Cahyono, PhD. Thank you very much, Professor Gunawan, for the very remarkable speech today. Thank you very much again, Prof.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And the next one, we have a token of appreciations to Bapak Daniel Aska Alfarobi. Thank you very much, Bapak. Our Pak Lurah from Kalianyar. Thank you very much for your insightful sharing today. I think we really learn about how you really deal with those communities and in facing the pandemic. Thank you very much, Bapak Daniel. And of course, thank you very much again to all of the speakers and our moderators today. Thank you very much. Thank you, MC.
Complete our today's program, we invite all speakers, Professor Dwi Korita, Professor Gunawan, Bapak Daniel, Bapak Ator, Dr. Lin Yola, Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad, and Bapak Ibrahim to turn on the camera as we're about to take virtual photo. IT team, are you ready? Okay. I'm going to start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ibu Yola. Thank you very much, professors.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dwi Korita, Prof. Gunawan, Bapak Daniel.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Gunawan, Pak Daniel.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. Now, we are entering the next agenda of pre-conference seminar. The event will be divided into two focus groups. The first one is the Strategic and Global Studies that will be led by Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, SE, MSE, PhD. And the second one is the Sustainable Development Approaches that will be led by Professor Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC.
Before we start the discussion, I would like to give some announcement about the rule of the session. To our dear participants and audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the focus group session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button on your Zoom application. This session will be recorded, hence we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the focus group discussion session. There will be committee members stand by throughout the entire session in the both breakout rooms, and you may leave your concern in the chat room addressed to IC committee if you have any further inquiries.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, the breakout room is now open. See you!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this focus group on is this the right sustainable features?
I think you have to be in the next meeting room, Professor.
Next meeting room. I already chose a breakout room. Sustainable.
Isan, should we start now?
Just a moment, Pak Ibrahim.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Dear discussion and audiences, please wait a moment as we wait for other audiences to join the breakout room. Thank you. Discussion and audiences of the pre-conference seminar, the 2020 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. We're now in the main agenda of pre-conference seminar session that consists of sharing and discussion session across topics. This focus group is named Strategic and Global Studies. I am Iksan Gifari, and I will be your representative of the committee in this focus group today. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat room. For your information, the attendance and certificate of the participant will be presented to registered discussant and audiences whom attend the complete program. Attendance form will be shared towards the completion of the program. Now, before we start, let me introduce you to our today's moderator. Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, SE, MSc PhD, is a senior lecturer in the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia. He is also head of the economic research on one of the largest logistic and transportation companies in Indonesia. He attained his PhD at Chalmers University of a major in technology and society. His expertise is digital economics. Without further ado, let me pass the session to our today's moderator. Please, Bapak Ibrahim, the room is yours.
Thank you very much, Iksan, for very kind introduction. And first, I would like to again welcome all participants. Wonderful discussion at this breakout room on strategic and global studies. My name is Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman. I will be a moderator for this session towards the end of the discussion. And we have been listening to various topics and speakers in the first part of plenary discussion, talking about the macro level of policy at the country level, and then up until the lowest level of administrative government, which is at kelurahan in Bahasa Indonesia, on how different policies have been introduced and how different strategies have been implemented to combat the spread of COVID pandemic in Indonesia. We were also discussing about how technology helps facilitate a reduction of risk from the Professor Vicora in her speech, and as well as several aspects related to the change of landscape during the pandemic, which has been flattening the social context in the globe. Before we start, I would like to ask IC, maybe we have to turn the music off. Yeah, can we turn the music off? Ganesh? Okay, very good. And then I think I have to read through the last slides before Isan, can we return to the previous slides, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I just would like to remind you that for this particular session, a discussion will have about 7 minutes each. So please be concise with your slides. Either you have been preparing your slides or you will be giving oral presentations. Be concise with your time, and we would like to have discussion afterwards. So it's very important to stick with the timeline. And then afterwards, we'll have a discussion across various topics that we illustrate, that we discuss during this breakout room session. And then I would like to remind you that all discussion and presentation will be in English so that everybody can follow and can be engaging in the discussion afterwards. You may be invited to drop some comments, questions to other discussions, or if you have some questions related to the topic discussed during the focus group, please feel free to drop your questions or comments in the chat box. And if you have any troubles during the session, please contact any colleague with IC in their prefix. It means that they will be helping you with, whatever inquiries you have. So today we'll be happy to host. I think it will be very fruitful and interesting discussion, as we have a variety of topics. We have been exposed to different topics during the plenary, and now we'll be having several topics ranging from energy, Chinese experience dealing with COVID, defense, some strategy in China's energy, global health, and so forth and so on. It will be very interesting to go through one by one. And without further ado, I would like to invite our first discussion, Dr. Liu Chi Yung. Dr. Yung is from the Business and Management, UCSI, Malaysia. And the title of the presentation is Behavioral Economics, Health Belief Model and Institutional Quality, an exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. And the topic track is under Health, Social, and Human Development. Dr. Liu, the floor is yours. Remember to present in 7 minutes, so we will have long discussion afterwards. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. So my name is Dr. Liu. I'm from UCSI University, Malaysia. So allow me to share my screen for the slides. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, it is clear, Doctor. Please go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so my discussion is on the behavioral economics health belief model and institutional quality, and exploratory analysis on the predictors of intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. This is the research done by my co-author from Xiamen University, Malaysia, and myself. Okay, so the research objective you would like to do is to examine the intention to receive the COVID-19 vaccine from 3 perspectives, which are behavioral economics, the health belief model, and institutional quality. Okay, in terms of the relevance to the conference theme, this research is consistent with the conference theme of strategic and global studies, that is health, social, and human development. And the significance of our research, this is one of the small number of research which have been conducted to investigate the predictors of intention to receive COVID-19 vaccine. You have other similar research, such as Cerda and Garcia, 2021, Detok and others 2020, Kok and others 2021, Ling and others 2021, Mercadante and Lau 2020, Paul and others 2021, Ruiz and Bell 2021, Wang and others 2020, and Wong and others 2021. So our research is actually the first of its kind to investigate how institutional quality in the country influence the intention to receive COVID-19 vaccine. So this is our novelty of the research. To the best of our knowledge, no other studies have investigated this factor before. And basically our research is actually conducted based upon three perspectives. That is the health belief model, the behavioral economics, and also institutional quality. So the research method that we use is that we use a chi-square test of contingencies, PET sample t-test, exploratory factor analysis, and multiple linear regression stepwise. And our sample size is 591 respondents. Our research results, the results show that perceived benefits, perceived barriers, perceived susceptibility, herding, and institutional quality play roles as predictors of intention to receive vaccine. That means all these factors influence people to take the COVID-19 vaccine. So the key findings of our research, herding behavior play a role in influencing the choice of getting vaccinated. So in other words, people tend to follow what other people decide in terms of getting the COVID-19 vaccine. So, you know, it plays a role here. And then perceived benefits, perceived barriers, perceived susceptibility, herding, and institutional quality are the predictors of intention to receive COVID-19 vaccine. So aside from herding, you have all these other factors that influence people whether they will take the COVID-19 vaccine or not. And another important thing, public health policies and interventions need a makeover because of the factor institutional quality. Okay, so and also, of course, all the other factors need to be taken into consideration. So all this can help to shape better public health policies in the future, you know, for future pandemics to encourage people to take vaccine. Okay, so you need a makeover in terms of public health policies. Because as you read the news, there are a lot of countries where a lot of people hesitant to take the COVID-19 vaccine. So this is something important. So conclusion, this research reveals that the respondents change their behavior in different circumstances when they are exposed to information that incorporates the effect of herding. So this is something new here because people tend to change their behavior in new situations or different situations when they are exposed to new information that are influenced by what other people decide. So this is what we are trying to say. And this research achieves its objectives and subsequently helps to identify ways to improve the herd immunity. But of course, with the Delta variant, this could be a bit difficult. Okay, so I'm talking in the context of Malaysia. I guess in Indonesia and other countries is about the same. Okay, and finally, the herding mentality, the effectiveness of government authorities and regulatory quality have become important factors to actually enrich the public health policies and the effectiveness of intervention. So all these are very important because you're trying to save lives. You're trying to get people to take the vaccine, okay, to save lives. And what we actually find can help, shape better future policies for this purpose. So that's all for my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu, for very, very concise presentations. As for me, as a statistician myself, I'll be very interested to see what will be the impact of a clustering a respondent by age, by gender, by urban and rural. Would that be different response? Would that be different reaction on the perceived benefits? Because, you know, when you are exposed to good information, you are living in city area where information can be delivered easily. Maybe you can reshape your understanding towards the benefit of vaccine easily than if you would have been achieved when you are in rural area. But let's discuss this later on.
Okay, thank you.
Session, I think it will be very interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Yong, thank you very much. And
yeah, welcome.
Second presenter will be Ms. Indah Purwaningsih from the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. And the topic of presentation will be building resilient innovation ecosystem in response to the current and post-COVID-19 pandemics. Innovation is falling under the topic track innovation, technology, and social change. Ms. Indah, please, the floor is yours. You will have 7 minutes from now.
Dr. Ibrahim, I'll start my screen.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody can see my screen now?
Very clear. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I will present our research finding. I conducted this research together with my colleague from BRIN and from ITB. It's entitled Building Resilient Innovation Ecosystems in Response to Current and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. Okay, so we know that COVID-19 outbreak has reduced the resilience of interdependent global systems, and the shortcomings and recent cost of health equipment at the onset of the pandemic has been an issue. But in Indonesia, it has led a quick response of innovation ecosystem to develop innovative complementary and substitute products. For example, ventilators of COVEN-20, BPPT3S LAN, and DARCOV-23S. And it gives us a lesson learned how to build innovation ecosystem to be resilient during the crisis. So this research tried to identify the innovation process of these ventilators from the innovation ecosystem perspective by identifying the structure and the elements of the ecosystem to understand the working mechanism by using social network analysis and the triple layer core periphery framework. Finally, it will bring the implication to STI policy. So we use case study approach, and this is for the COVEN-20. So this picture of the structure of innovation ecosystem of COVEN, we get it from the social network analysis and from the triple layer core periphery framework. We found out that even though it is spontaneously imaged that the Faculty of Engineering, FTUE here, appeared as the keystone or ecosystem leader of the ecosystem that manage all the ecosystem. And it is supported by several stakeholders here, ranging from the universities, industry, also society here. And the platform here, it's emerged spontaneously, so it is not formed at the beginning. And the relation between the actors here and the platform here are made in terms of resource sharing. And the funding is provided by the government grants through the ISTP UI, and Iluni FTUI as an NGO connects all the network between actors and the platform. And the commercialization of the innovative product conducted through donation program and licensing and public procurement by government. And next, for the innovation ecosystem of BPPT3S LAN, yes, this ecosystem is built by BPPT as the keystone and supported by several entities, especially by national-owned company or state-owned enterprises, PT LAN, which is involved in the ecosystem following the policy direction of the Ministry of National Enterprise here. But the other actor here join following the co-evolution of the innovation process. And the relation between the actors is also by resource sharing, but BPPT and PT LAN help build the formal relation at the beginning. And different from the COVEN, that discussion with health practitioners is conducted after the prototype one finished. So there is much changes here to fix the perspective from the user here. So at that year, what the key point is that BPPT conducts post-market survey to get the user's feedback for development. And then the next one is the ecosystem innovation of DARCOV-23S. What's the different here? The unique one is this ecosystem is developed by an industry, by a firm, the PT Dharma Precision Tools, from the ideation stage through the development with its own funding. But then BPPT as the public research institute come join to help due to the limitation of the technology capacity for the this firm. And the next innovation stage go together with the innovation process of BPPT3 SLAN, including the medical consultation, product testing, clinical trials, and of course the commercialization and the post-market survey. And okay, the innovation funding here not only from the industry, but the clinical trials supported by the BRIN consortium here. So from these cases results, we found that the three ecosystems, although they appear spontaneously, but they share the same or the similar vision as the willingness to contribute for social contribution to COVID pandemic, and the importance of technology sovereignty to secure the resilience of health equipment, especially ventilator. And they spontaneously emerge without a formal structure, yet they consider the essential role of the ecosystem leader here. And the interaction between actors and the platform grow frugally. I highlight here frugally in achieving the value proposition through some breakthrough and adaptation during the crisis to be resilient. For example, they do reverse engineering, also doing resource sharing and adapt to some changes, just like in the case of the BPPT. And the roles of governments are also important by providing the competitive funding, not only for the R&D process, but also the clinical trials here, also provide tax incentive. And here the important one, also the quick setup of regulatory standard for ventilator that didn't exist before, with some flexibility to ensure the clinical compliance of the product. Also, the regulatory flexibility for the marketing and production license, as of course, for the emergency situation. The government also provide the initial market through donation programs and public procurement. And something unique here that we find that the government play two dual function here, especially the case of the BPFK, not only as a rule setter, but also be involved during the development process of the ventilator. And here, from the case, we propose the required elements for the innovation ecosystem on health equipment to be resilient here. The first, even though it is had not was a formal structure, but the presence of keystone is important. It can be from the firm, PRI, or university, or all of them. Also, it should be supported by several platforms, including the ideation. It can be from the firm, PRI, university, or medical practitioners. Also, the development program, and supported with the good or well-established testing equipment or laboratory. At that time, the testing laboratory focused on BPFK. It should be in the future expanded, not only the public sector, but also to private sector, private lab, or state-owned enterprises. Also, for the manufacturing process, it should involve not only the product assembling, ensuring the capacity, but also the spare part supply, especially during the crisis of the shortcoming of some spare parts here. That's why collaboration needed here. Commercialization can be done through not only the donation, but also public procurement supported by the government, and technology transfer office here play an important role here. And funding, it's not only rely on the government, but and also supported by the firms and crowdfunding, just like in this case. And here we put the users' roles not at the outside of the ecosystem as the cases previously, but we put it in the inside of the ecosystem to give feedback for further development. And the role of government here, we put it at the outside of the ecosystem to support as the policymaker to give direction and coordination with the whole systems. So we conclude with SDA policy implication on the importance of innovations here to keep the resilience during the crisis and prepare for the future shocks. That especially on health equipment, SDA policy suggested to enhance the research and innovation capacities, not only in human resources, but also the infrastructure and funding in building resilient innovation ecosystem on health equipment. And it needs policy coordination, not only to research health industrial, but another also sector to strengthen the system's response, as it is an interdependent system here to prepare the future shocks. And this policy coordination is essential not only to arrange the research plan, but also it should be supported by preparation of the research infrastructures, regulatory standard, and supporting laboratory, with of course the ultimate goal is to support industrial development. I think the end of my slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ibu Indah, for very concise and interesting presentations. Maybe my first comment, which maybe you will be having chance to respond later on, whenever we talk about innovation, sometimes we think that we need some kind of requirement, such as situations in which innovation can be initiated. But when you are facing turbulence, chaotic condition, can you ensure what will be the output of innovation when you don't have like sufficient time for trial periods, for instance? And we have to remember whatever output from this innovation will be dealing with human life, with the emergency situations. What will be the impact of doing research and innovation in hurry way, in sort of unlab situation, in lab situation that you have enough time to think, enough time to execute, enough time to do research, reserve engineering. Well, you also mentioned everything has been going through frugality in conducting the research. What will be the impact of the quality and the assurance of product quality in the later stage? So we'll discuss later on. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Ida, for very interesting presentations. Now we are flying out from Jakarta to Medan, taking Garuda Indonesia 421, flying to Kuala Namu Airport, and I'll be inviting my namesake, Ibrahim Shah Hendi Martin Simbolon from University of Sumatra Utara, and Ibrahim will be presenting about text structure, idea national, and oral tradition and local wisdom. So Ibrahim, you have 7 minutes to present your slides. Please, the floor is yours. Ibrahim Simbolon, are you with us? Unfortunately, I couldn't see his name in the... Oh, there is Ibrahim Simbolon here. Bapak Ibrahim, can you please turn your microphone on? Isan, can you see or give notification to Mr. Ibrahim to start his presentation?
Okay, let me try first, Dr. Ibrahim.
Mr. Ibrahim Simbolon, are you with us? Okay.
Yes, we can start from the next discussion
Okay,
first.
then we'll skip Mr. Ibrahim and we'll come back to him when he's ready. The next, I will be inviting Rizky Kusuma from SSGS Universitas Indonesia with paper titled Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Cigarette Selling for Children in Urban Area in Indonesia. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim, for the time. Let me share my screen first. Okay, my presentation is Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic to the Cigarette Selling for Children in Urban Area in Indonesia. We researched it together with Dr. Ranil Hasana, me, and a student of SKSG, University of Indonesia. Here the presentation, we start from the introduction. The WHO started the COVID-19 as a global pandemic in 2020, and then in Indonesia, also we have high positive cases and also deaths due to COVID-19, not only about the death or a sickness case. COVID-19 pandemic also having trouble to economic growth in Indonesia, like crisis condition. Moreover, some business sectors must decrease the capacity of their selling. Now we go to the children smokers in Indonesia. Based on national health data in Indonesia, smoker for children in age 10 until 18 years old in Indonesia increased from 7% in 2013 to 9% in 2018. On the other hand, some people informally are able to sell cigarettes, even in single stick of cigarettes, without having a license in Indonesia. And the situation is more dense in urban areas. So that objective of the research is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the cigarette sales in urban area with the location in Jakarta in Indonesia. We go to the literature review first. We have the regulation in Indonesia. The name of the regulation is the Government Regulation of Indonesia number 109 in 2012. That said, cigarette sellers are forbidden to sell cigarettes to the children and pregnant women. And we look at the situation in the developed countries, such as in Canada and Australia. They ban the online sales of nicotine products and give the sanction. In the United States, also ban the sales of cigarettes on tap and sale of stick of cigarettes. And all of the situation is still happening in Indonesia. And we want to look at what is happening after the COVID-19 pandemic. The method of our research was cross-sectional design with direct survey to the cigarette selling stalls. In April 2021, we decided to decrease our estimation of sample because this is the peak situation of COVID-19. So after we calculated it, we have 62 cigarette stalls as a sample. The outcome variables is the change of cigarette sales behavior to school-age children before and after COVID-19 pandemic. And the covariate of the study is the demographic of respondents, seller characteristics, and selling behavior. We analyze with t-test, and then also we do the multivariate logistic regression about the change factor in cigarette sales to children after the COVID-19 pandemic with the following formula. Now we go to the result number 1, the characteristic of respondent as the cigarette retailers. Most of respondents are gender, and then they have more of 3 household member person. And our interesting finding, the respondent allowed purchase cigarette in depth in more than 50%. And then the location of stores in the near of school location, elementary, junior, and senior high school, in high percentage number, it's 60% of stores near the school location. And then the respondent ever selling cigarettes to the children in 37%, and only 33% the respondent who ever refusing to sell cigarettes to children in the past week. And we have 9% of the respondents, cigarette retailers, who have the main consumers is the children. This is the interesting finding for the characteristic of respondents. Then from the t-test result, the difference of cigarette sales before and after COVID-19 pandemic, the average cigarette sales turnover and the number of cigarettes sold per pack and per stick have decreased since the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the real situation due to pandemic in DKI Jakarta in Indonesia. And then for the multivariate analysis, we found that the increasing of age and the increasing of education level of the seller is the potential factor for affecting the decrease of cigarette sales to the children after the COVID-19 pandemic with the significant value. The situation is the same as happening in the low middle income countries such as Indonesia and South Africa, and it's different with developed countries that have banned about selling cigarettes to the children. Also, we found the decreasing of selling, the marketing cigarettes target children getting more intense to see advertisement through website and social media. We should aware about it. Then the sellers can be asked with direct educational agents or as the executors who confirm that cigarettes are not products that are consumed by the children, because we have the increasing of age and the increasing of education as the significant factor. So we can use the sellers as the direct educational agents. So the conclusion and the recommendation of this study: the practice of buying and selling cigarettes to children still exists in informal cigarette stores after COVID-19 pandemic in DKI Jakarta, Indonesia. The increasing of age and education level of cigarette sellers are significant factors that become the attitude of sellers in reducing cigarette sellers to children after COVID-19 pandemic. It becomes the important aspect to strengthen the restriction of the government regulation of Indonesia number 109 in 2012. And then we suggest to revise the government regulation number 109 in 2012 by adding a ban on sales of single stick of cigarette to make the cigarette unaffordable to children. Thank you so much,
Mas Rizky. It's very interesting. I was guessing the opposite. I thought that the cigarette consumption will be increasing, but the study indicates the other way around. It is decreasing, maybe because willingness to pay also decrease. Very interesting study. We'll discuss later on during the discussion session. Next, I will be inviting our fifth discussant, Ibu Nurbaiti from Republic Indonesia Defense University. And the title of the paper is China's Energy Strategy and Geopolitics. Ibu Nurbaiti, please, the floor is yours. You will have limited time, about 5 to 7 minutes, due to time constraint that we have to wrap the discussion earlier. So please, Ibu Nurbaiti.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Nurbaiti. I am from Republic Indonesia Defense University. It's such an honor for me to present my research with the title China's Energy Security Strategy and Geopolitics. I will present about two contents. The first is about China energy condition, and then the second one is about their strategy. After Deng Xiaoping reforms began in China in 1978, China turned the country into an industrialized nation and its energy needs grew dramatically. In 2003, China's share of the global total primary energy consumption was 12.1%, compared with 6.3% in 1978. And then by 2010, China had become the world's largest energy consumer. And then by 2020, it will need to import 66% of its total oil requirements. Therefore, China is the world's hungriest consumer of energy worldwide, demanding the energetic equivalent of almost 3.3 billion tons of oil in 2019. Why did China becomes a world's hungriest consumer of energy worldwide? One of the reasons is because China has big population. And then this is about China's energy strategy. Energy dependence, energy distribution greatly affect China. China depends on the Strait of Hormuz, on ASEAN, on Australia, on coal, and remains dependent on the south in Indonesia. China manufactures to Myanmar with a 750-mile pipeline from Sitwe in Myanmar to Kunming in Yunnan province. And the Burma-China pipeline is important to Beijing for two reasons. The first is oil tankers from the Middle East and Africa will be able to pass through the Malacca Strait by sailing directly to Sitwe. And the second, the project is politically interesting given the close ties between Yangon and Beijing. Besides cooperation with Burma, China also make relations with Pakistan. China also opened a new route through Pakistan. This route will involve oil tankers offloading their cargo in Pakistan, where the port, a facility heavily financed by the China government. And then the energy resources will then be transported by road or more likely by rail or pipeline via Islamabad, 900 miles to the north. From there, energy supplies will be delivered over 750 kilometers to Kasi in Xinjiang province along the Karakoram highway linking Pakistan with China. The relation between China and Pakistan, they are support each other. That we call it is energy corridor. Unfortunately, there is disturbance from America. America make conflicts around China and Pakistan, and then the project will come Batman traps. At the first, the project give benefits for China and Pakistan, but in the end, it is like Batman traps. And then this is in order to be able to operate in the Indian Ocean, the Chinese have just begun to build and upgrade ports in friendly countries, from Cambodia to Myanmar to Pakistan. The most famous harbors of the so-called string of the pearls are Gwadar, Pakistan, and Kiapong, Myanmar, which are to be linked to China by land corridors, including pipelines. This is the stream of pearls mass from China. And then this is the most interesting one from my research finding. It is about Malacca dilemma, which is related to our country, Indonesia. Malacca is very crucial for China. The Malacca dilemma is a term coined by President Julianto in 2003. Tension in the Strait of Malacca, where 80% of energy needs pass on road from the Middle East, Angola, and others. This area is also prone to piracy sometimes. Conflicts in the region, the effects on China's geopolitics and energy strategy, and other issues that may rise from time to time together constitute the Malacca dilemma. And then from the leading newspaper stated that it is no exaggeration to say that whoever controls the Straits of Malacca will also have a stronghold on the energy route from China. Since 2010, China has carried out a new strategy to find local leaders in Malacca Strait who can be controlled by the Chinese government, which is included in Xi Jinping Doctrine in 2012. This strategy is also written in the book China Private Army, Protecting the New Silk Road, also in the book as a Water Strategy of China's Expansion. Control of the territory and local government is an important key in the strategy. And most importantly, the Malacca Strait, because China's energy depends on the Malacca Strait, Indonesian maritime territory must be controlled. And then a means to reduce strategy vulnerability.
Your time is 1 minute left, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator. Diversify imports of energy source for Middle East and consider finance transit routes that will pass through the Malacca Strait. They build a new strategy, Asia Panama Canal. Then the last one, it is about green energy. China transport their energy project to become green energy because they want to survive the environment. And then one of the most important things in a green energy project in China, it is about the electrical vehicle. Okay, thank you. I think that's all, moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nurbaiti. Apologize for rushing you in presentation, as we have to spare for other presenter as well. Interestingly, we will have Shidi Chen, the last presenter from China. They may be able to comment on what you have been presenting. Myself, I'll be refraining to comment on the geopolitical topic. But before Shidi Chen, can you talk first, please, because you will be the last presenter. I'll be inviting the next presenter would be Narottam Kumar. Narottam Kumar is from Department of Yogic Science, Gurukula Kangri, and now we are shifting to a more interesting. In a way, the topic is very different to others, but let's see how can we see the connection between yoga and the strategic pandemic from COVID-19, which I think it will be related in the sense of self-isolation or something like that. So the presentation of Narottam will be yoga stands as holistic healthcare practice for mental health in social isolation or loneliness, an overview. Your time is 5 minutes, Narottam. The floor is yours.
Hello, namaskar to everyone. Actually, I will present orally. I won't use any slides over here. So actually, it's my pleasure to present an overview that how yoga stands as holistic healthcare practice in mental health for the social isolation and the loneliness. Coming to the mental health and the social isolation, it is very important to know that what is it. So actually, the good mental health is the need of the human beings in order to cope with the life events and situation. There are many psychological ways that has been used by the various healthcare practice, which are that counseling, behavioral therapy, and psychotherapy. The problem is that these psychological approaches are not self-paced. It's meant to say that it's not self-employed by the participant. It is the external agents which try to manage the mental health problems and also the loneliness. The problem is that, the mental illnesses which arises in the mind, in the psyche. So according to the ancient Indian wisdom, ancient yoga wisdom, this cannot be managed through the external agents, because the problem which is arising in the mental sky, in the Chiddakasa, we call in the Sanskrit word Chiddakasa. So it's quite difficult to manage the illness through the external agents. So this paper provides overview that how yoga stands as the holistic healthcare technique for the mental health in the loneliness and the social isolation. Actually, I have used the two theory. The one is the Adhija Vyadhi, which is provided by the Yoga Vasishtha, and second is the Panchakosha theory. Let's understand what is the Panchakosha. Panchakosha is the 5 layer of the human existence. For example, that you are saying me, it's my physical body, right? And I am breathing. This is the vital force. This is the second seat of the human existence. Third is the mental seat. This is very, very important, because mental seat is connected to the body and also the other aspects like emotion, attitudes, thoughts, thinking patterns, and all. So fourth is the intellectual seat, that we use the intellect to tackle the situation. And fifth is the self. This is very important, because yoga takes the person towards the self, to understand the self. Because it's very important to manage the self in order to face the demanding situation. If we observe the loneliness, what is the loneliness? So there is no static definition of the loneliness over here. But authors have tried to define the loneliness through multi-dimensional way. What is it? Loneliness is the state where the individual experiences negative feelings about the self, low perception, low memory, low attention, low cognition, low relations, the weak relations to the society, to the family members, to the community, to the other peer groups and individuals. Why? What is the reason behind it? Reason might be the unfulfillment of the desires, unfulfillment of the desired goals, and feeling the loneliness. What is the goal of the yoga? Yoga takes the person to the self, to understand the self and develop the mental abilities, to develop the mental strength in order to face the demanding situation, whatever the demanding situation. It manages the mind to be quiet, tranquil, and calm. And looking the physiological aspects of the yoga, how yoga works. Yoga is the mind-body practice which is really established in the researchers. This creates, we go to the endocrine system and the nervous system. It's very important to understand how yoga works. Yoga balances the both nervous systems, sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. And also provides the flight and fight response in order to face the demanding situation. It secretes the feel-good chemicals, endorphins and the serotonin in order to be healthy and be very happy in any situation. This is how the yoga works, in order to bring the balance between the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. Also balance the endocrinal function. This is how the yoga works. And as I said, I have reviewed the two theories, the Panchakosha. Panchakosha covers the 5 layers of the human existence. And Yoga Vasishtha talks about the 3 aspects, is very, very important, closer to the self. One is the mind, breath, body. See, all the problems, the mental illness arises in the psyche, in the Chitta Akasa, in the mind. He says that Vasishtha is the sage. It is found in the when conversation between the Lord Rama and the Vasishtha. When Lord Rama was in the utter depression, then Vasishtha came into the existence and provides the beautiful technique in order to tackle the depression, in order to tackle the mental illness.
Mr. Narottam, I would love to listen to your presentations, many more. Is serenity in my body, but unfortunately, time is just 30 seconds left. Maybe you can conclude your presentation here.
Is it boring?
Say again.
Is it boring?
No, the time is up.
Okay. I conclude that the yogic concept have also reviewed that and tried to explain how yoga wisdom helpful for the mental health and loneliness. Findings of the present review indicate that positive effects of the yoga on psychiatric conditions and yoga-based meditation on loneliness that suggests yoga as a holistic healthcare technique for mental well-being during the social isolation and the loneliness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narottam. I think it will be very interesting during the discussion how effective is it to combat the loneliness during isolation. Yeah, maybe some attendants here can share when you're practicing yoga, how this be helpful in our mind. So the last presenter in our focus group discussion will be Shiri Chen from Tsinghua University Law School. And the title is Towards Better Global Health Governance in the Post-Pandemic World, Malfunction and Reconstruction of the Duty to Cooperate in International Law. The floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Well, good afternoon, my friends. I'm Shiri Chen from Tsinghua University, and glad to meet you all online. I would like to share some of my research findings concerning my submission, of course, and hopefully make myself understood. My presentation is named as Toward Better Global Health Governance in the Post-Pandemic World. The subtitle is Malfunction and Reconstruction of the Duty to Cooperate in International Law. And it contains 5 parts. I will try and make it short and focused. The spreading of the COVID-19 pandemic has caused more than 4.5 confirmed deaths, according to WHO, while posing severe challenges to almost all states' sustainable economic development and the stability of international relations. International cooperation is more significant at this moment than ever before. But the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres described the pandemic as a test of international cooperation that we have essentially failed. But the bright side is the pandemic indeed offers us an opportunity to reconsider the positioning of the duty to cooperate in international law and make it more effectively contribute in the future. So I argue the duty to cooperate is a long-established duty in international law. Following the Article 38 of the Statute of the ICJ, this part reveals extensive international legal obligation of states to cooperate in response to global challenges, health challenges. I argue the duty to cooperate is the obligation under international conventions and customary international law, also a general principle of law. Taking an example, the WHO Constitution calls for the fullest cooperation of individuals and states and indicates that all contracting parties should cooperate with each other to promote and protect the health of all peoples. Furthermore, the IHR prescribes more detailed rules in 2 ways. So you can argue that the legal duty to cooperate for state may be too general, but it should never be considered non-existence. That's my basic point. For the next part, I want to make a reflection on the failure of the cooperation. The tension or non-cooperation, I believe, is largely due to the absence of common accepted rules or guidelines. Current status of international cooperation is about like the bad interaction between major states, like the extension of the accessory competition significantly reduce the possibility of international cooperation and undermines its effectiveness, such as we know like Sino-US competition in the global health governance and the interaction between major states and the relatively small states. We can see many developed countries capable of purchasing or producing enough like vaccines and supplies tend to hold for more than what they necessarily need or possibly use. More worry, certain states insist on maintaining or even stressing unilateral measures against their opponents, despite the scarcity of medical supplies. I think the reason for the systematic failure in our cooperation against the COVID-19 is not because any state consider it as unnecessarily or effectively, but because of lack of concrete rules to achieve the best consensus. So my proposal is like sovereignty-based cooperation. I believe there's no better choice but to repair such weakness of the duty to cooperate for the international community. A practical approach to transfer the generalized cooperative principle into more specific requirements, standards, and liabilities under the coordination of international organizations. The first thing is to concretize the cooperative obligation with due diligence, then narrowing the division on the basis of reciprocity. Finally, we can adopt cooperative measures consensus by not interfering principle. It's very important, especially for Asian countries has a history of colony or interference. I think it's quite important for them. So my conclusion is the failure of international cooperation in the fight against the pandemic has triggered systematic reflection on the current international health governance. But the most practical and realistic path forward is to improve our cooperation mechanism instead of abandoning it. We can fix the malfunction of the duty to cooperate in international law compared to starting from scratch. I think the due diligence principle and the reciprocity, as well as the non-interference principle, that long-established principle in international law, will help to achieve this goal. After all this, thank you for your listening and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, honorable presenters, for wonderful presentation we had. We have 6 diverse studies in this session. It's not an easy task to connect them in one line, but I will start with common ground question that maybe all of you can comment on. Having said that, the pandemic has been reaching the important momentum when we have already passed the critical condition. Hopefully, what will be the key learning that in your country you have something in mind? For instance, well, it would have been better if we treat the pandemic this way, for instance. And how there will be 2 questions. What will be the lesson learned of the pandemic in your country? And then the second one, how to promote vaccination as one of policies to mitigate this similar problem in the future. And you will have very short time. Each of you will be given 2 minutes to comment because we are not having privilege to have long discussion. I will start with Dr. Liu. Dr. Yu, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Yu, please, with regards to Malaysia, what will be the most important lesson learned? What will be the strategy to promote vaccination to be more effective?
Okay, that's a very good question. I think important thing is first, I think it's providing the right information to the public and to educate them. So I think this is the most important factor, because the problem is it's not only in Malaysia, but in many other countries as well. There are a lot of misinformation about COVID-19 vaccine, how it actually harmed the human body and so on, which is actually not true. And a lot of people buy into this information and they become hesitant to take COVID-19 vaccine. I think this is one of the reasons it could be why in some countries the vaccination is very slow. And in Malaysia, actually, what happened is that the government speed up the vaccination program. And although there are a lot of misinformation out there, but because of the rising number of cases, people become scared, people become worried. So they see the need for COVID-19 vaccination. Whereas in some Western countries, because of the liberal policies of the government and the rights of the people to decide whether they want to take the COVID-19 vaccine or not. So when you have misinformation out there, that will slow down the vaccination process. So in my view, I mean, as I said earlier, the right information, the right education to the people is very important to actually encourage people to take up vaccination during pandemic crisis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Yo. It's very interesting analysis from your end. I'm moving to Shidi Chan. As a country who is the first getting the pandemic and then the first country as well to recover, if you have to warn other countries, what would be the first lesson learned that you want to tell other countries to do or to follow up?
The first thing I want to say is about a very popular word recently is like global solidarity. Is the pandemic, the COVID-19 is proved to be not a problem can be solved by a single country, a single nation. It should be it call for our like solidarity, our cooperation, our collaboration. So I think the most important thing is to like believe each other and like lay hands on each other. I think that's the most important thing. We should cooperate against this pandemic instead of drag ourselves into endless blame game. It will not help at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shiri. And then I'll move to Narottam. When you mentioned about yoga, how effective is it in combating the impact of pandemic, especially in mental health in India? Like for instance, you have an exact number. For instance, yoga has been able to recuperate easier, such 20% of population. For instance, do you have any exact number how effective it is really to combat the mental health problem during the pandemic?
See, this is the overview paper that I have looked on the theoretical perspective from the ancient Indian wisdom and the various research papers where it has been carried out that the yoga improve the mental health conditions in means positive mental health. People suffering with the stress, psychosomatic disease, psychological distress, and the depression. So this was an overview that how yoga stands as the holistic healthcare practice for the mental health in the loneliness and the social isolation, because the loneliness is the prime symptom of the depression. It can be considered as the and various studies have reported that the loneliness is one of the symptoms of the depression. So this study concludes that means yoga is very beneficial to improve mental health in the people. Means while loneliness and the social isolation.
Thank you very much, Narottam. And I'll moving back to two presenters from Indonesia, Ibu Nurbaiti and Ibu Indah. Similar question, even though your topic is not exactly on the pandemic, one is about innovation and the other one is about China energy. But if we want to streamline the discussion on what will be the lesson learned when we deal with COVID pandemic, what would have been, the turning point that we can do better if we do something like scenario analysis? We start from Ibu Nurbaiti and Ibu Indah, please.
Okay, is it okay if I am first moderator?
Oh yeah, sure, of course, yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting question. Actually, I have the same opinion with Mr. Chi Yong, especially as what happens the situation pandemic in our country, right? So from my perspective, the most thing it is about the information that like Mr. Chi Young explained. It is we have to educate our people, especially Indonesia, like in defense perspective that we call it is media warfare. So there are so many information that make people become confused which one is wrong and which one is true, especially about the vaccine. So that it is make some people in Indonesia refuse the vaccine because there are a lot of information and misinformation, and then it is we have to control the media and we have to make a cooperate with media to inform the right information so the people can confuse about the information with which one is wrong because it is one of the strategies to promote the vaccine. And then besides that, in our country Indonesia, from the defense perspective, and then our military helps to promote the vaccine, especially from intelligence and our military. I think it is that's all, moderator.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, okay, I will see from the perspective of our study here how this pandemic gives us lesson on. The first is there are two things. The first is how we build the resilient innovation ecosystem on health equipment. We know that as I mentioned before, in this time, all the innovative products are built frugally, because the infrastructure is not ready, and not only the physical infrastructure, but also the regulatory standard. But in this case, the government has quickly support the regulation. So it needs for the preparing for the future shock, it demands the policy coordination, not only from the research sector, but also the health sector, also industry, to prepare all the infrastructure, not only the research, but also the regulatory standard. Also, the second one, we know that during the pandemic, it destroy all the interdependent systems. So when we rely ventilator for a case for imported ventilator, but now we can't do anything if we can make it by ourselves. So it is a lesson how we can develop our own technology sovereignty, not only for the substitute, but also at the time and the future, it can substitute the imported technology. So I think that's two things is important to prepare for future shocks.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to share? Last but not least, of course, Mas Rizky.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. What will be still learning after pandemic related to our research, because we have unstable economic situation during pandemic, jobless, so that decreased productivity is the same situation like a crisis in Indonesia. Decreasing of economic condition makes us have to improve our productivity and behavior. And we have suggestion for, especially for informal store sellers, to improve their business to not only sell about cigarette products. Please support the government to also sell the health protocol products such as a face mask and become the health educator agent in order to children not buying the smokers. I think that's all for my comment about the lesson learned after pandemic situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have reached into some conclusion in the discussion. Of course, it's not very easy to make everything coherent. But what can I see from common ground in particular studies? We can itemize that strategy on adaptation to the pandemic as the common theme in this conference. Maybe we can divide into three particular pillars: the short run, medium run, and long run. Information to citizens, the role of media, policy coordination is utmost important aspect. And then we have to look into mental health, the ability to innovate, to be sustainable in providing our own equipment. We cannot rely on others because everybody is struggling. And if we are not able to produce ourselves, then we will be left behind. Collaboration and solidarity, because it may come anytime soon in other type of pandemic. We don't know. And sustainable protocols, like to make everything routine and become culture in our society. A lot of things can be extended, can be more elaborated, but of course we are not having a lot of time to digest all of things. I just would like to thanks discussants for all important inputs and learning. And we would like to, we have 96 participants here listening to our discussion. Please give our best claps, tepuk tangan to all discussion who have been sharing with us important knowledge in this afternoon. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll be back to the plenary hall. Back to you, MC.
Yes, thank you, Bapak Ibrahim. We had a very interesting session today, and thank you so much for all discussant and audiences. Please be informed that after this breakout room session, we will guide you to proceed to the main session in the Zoom lobby for an interactive session between two focus group discussion. You will be invited to give question as well. And in the main session, we will have some announcement as well as attendance links for your reference. Now, we will have a 15 minutes break with some video performance on show. And before the break, allow me to give some information about our upcoming event. Yes, our upcoming main event will be the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference with the grand theme of Global Strategies for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. That will be held on Tuesday to Wednesday, October 26th and until 27th, 2021, starting from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Western Indonesian time. For more information, please look at our website and reach us via email, which you can see on the screen. And here is our official flyer for our conference. We kindly invite the academics and non-academics to join our event. That's it. See you soon in the main session.
Thank you. See you soon, everyone.
What brings change to the world? It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Now we will have the national anthem of Indonesia.
Okay, so this will be a semi-coaching session. I'll be talking for about 40 minutes or so, and at the same time, you can also draw on your graph. If you already have a draft or manuscript of a paper that you already have, go on.
Just keep on gathering data forever and still not be satisfied that we've completed. It's the same problem I was mentioning before. There is so much information out there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petra, for you to insightful answer. About 3 hours together, hopefully the material presented provide you knowledge, your information. All of us, especially in order to improve the quality of our paper.
And see you on the second day of Writing Coaching Clinics of 2021 and ICSGS Academic Conference tomorrow. See you and thank you all. Should you need any assistance, feel free to contact me through the chat.
Berikanlah kami kekuatan, berilah kami keriduan-Mu untuk melancarkan acara ini, untuk mensukseskan acara ini. Di hari kedua ini, kami akan meneruskan program kami dari kemarin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Doa selesai.
Semoga lancar dan dijawabkan dengan pertanyaan.
Hello, all participants and audience of Writing Coaching Clinics, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. We now in the main agenda of Writing Coaching Clinic sessions that consist of a concept talk and an interactive coaching session.
Now, a little bit of example of looking at the journal article. If you visit a high-ranked journal, it's one of the papers that is using.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. After these, we are to proceed to lobby and we will have some announcements also for the closing remarks, as well as the attendance link for your reference. So please let me lead you to the lobby, and thank you, and also see you in the next event.
Progress. Welcome back to the main session. We could see that we had an exciting interactive session with the two focus group discussion. Now, to complete the discussion, let's have an interactive dialogue between the two focus groups. The discussion of Strategic and Global Studies track will be presented by Ibrahim Khalil Rahman, PhD, while the Sustainable Development Approaches will be presented by Professor Dato Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim, FASC. This session will be led by our moderator, Ibrahim Khalil Rahman, PhD, and at the end of the discussion, he will also present the concluding notes of today's pre-conference seminar. To discuss senses, you are welcome to drop your question in our chat box. Now, let us pass this session to Bapak Ibrahim. Please, sir, the forum is yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Iksan, for, again, kind introduction for this session. Maybe I would like to invite Professor Dato to join me as well on the stage, as we'll be interactively discuss what are the findings that we gather from our each focus group discussion. Professor Dato, would you mind to join me on the stage?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been very fruitful 45 minutes, I think, Professor Dato, that we have seen a lot of interesting topics and research that have been discussed. I'm just wondering, maybe I can start from my side, that the topic of presentation have been ranging from energy strategy, and then the COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia, innovation, how to drive innovation in Indonesia, knowing that we have limited capacity to produce our own equipment, so that if we are not relying with our own capacity, then we are not able to cope with the pandemic currently happening. And there are also some discussion related to collaboration. Yeah, Chinese, our counterpart from China mentioned that it is not time to blame each other, but it is time to collaborate and coordinate, because we cannot rebound all together without any cooperation between countries. And lastly, we also have some impact assessment in our discussion. We discussed about the impact of vaccination, which might be seen as a tool to reduce the further deterioration of COVID pandemic. We also discussed about the declining in spending in some areas regarding cigarettes, for instance, which kind of signaling that COVID is really happening, hampering both health aspect and economic aspect. So before we open up some discussion with audience, I'm really wondering what has been your lesson learned from your session, Prof. Maybe you can share with us the finding and illustration on the discussion in your session.
Thank you very much, Pak Ibrahim. So Dr. Ibrahim is Pak Ibrahim and Anak Ibrahim, because my father is Ibrahim. Anyway, in our session, we're all looking at mainly on the GSG emission of greenhouse gas. We started with a paper by Professor Iyas from UAE, and he talked about the methane part of greenhouse gas, how technologies can be put in place to capture methane. Now, in fact, instead of carbon dioxide, people are talking about methane, especially from like in Brazil, a lot of production, livestock production, they produce a lot of methane. And methane, I know, is 21 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So methane has become a very important topic in the GSG emission. Then we had Dr. Farhad. He spoke about how building will have to change during the pandemic, post-pandemic, because of the need to have incorporate all the spaces for study space for student and air circulation within building. And somebody also raised about a circular economy with respect to construction industry and building, whether we need to go back to the traditional way of making or building houses using traditional materials which can be recycled. And there was some very interesting presentation by China on some model, the economic model, looking at climate change and the economy. And he has come up with a nice study which actually posed some question on the integrated assessment model that has been used. And because although we don't want the fossil fuel to be used, but we cannot run away from the cost-benefit analysis. So he has presented quite a very useful model which can influence the policy on GSG emission by countries. And this should be a good paper to look at during the conference in end of the month. And there was some discussion also on the crisis management under the pandemic in terms of urban planning. And this came from a speaker from the Universitas Indonesia itself. And there was some interesting presentation from Sri Lanka. And he talks about the need to move towards a low carbon economic growth. And he compared how the different South Asian countries are performing with regards to this aspect of economic growth. But one interesting observation is on, as you know, from the pandemic, we talk a lot about digital technologies. Everyone is going digital. Education is digital, health is digital, e-commerce, everything is dependent on the internet. What happened if something as a result of climate change, the rising in temperature will disrupt the internet itself? So this is an interesting question that came up, and nobody actually could give an answer to that because nobody is looking at that at the moment. So those are the things that we discuss in our Pak Ibrahim. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Very interesting. I imagine it must be very hot topic. You have been moderating during your session. And I will be opening probably about 2 questions, short questions from the audience. Maybe 1 question from audience and 1 question from the offline, as time is really approaching towards the end. So we start from the audience. I think we have, Arifin Hariputra. How effective are policymakers in forming the right strategies in response to the pandemic? Maybe Professor Dato, you would like to comment on this? Lesson learned from Malaysia, for instance. How effective are policymakers in forming the right strategies in response to the pandemic?
It's a very interesting question. What does he mean by policy makers? You mean the government?
Maybe government, yeah.
Government, yeah. I think you know, the pandemic takes the world by storm. We all do not know what is coming with the pandemic. We're unsure about how dangerous it is and how to deal with the different variants. So a lot of uncertainties. So I'm not sure whether anybody can come up with a really appropriate policy. We are all experimenting. All countries do that. But because of the collaboration which was brought together through WHO, I think we are now getting somewhere in terms of coming up with a policy. In fact, in Malaysia, we're already talking about living with the virus. And as we have been living with the other virus, the flu virus and all that, so with the appearance or with the development of effective vaccines, and also now one company, Merck, I think they've come out with another therapeutic drugs. So soon, I think most countries will move towards endemic, the pandemic to endemic, where we'll be sort of living with it and taking the necessary precaution to actually avoid getting the virus.
Yeah. Maybe I will add a bit on that discourse by saying that based on our discussion as well, that there are a lot of stakeholders when talking about the response to the pandemic. Even though government is the goalkeeper, apparently, but there are also the role of media, the role of the role of local government, LSM or social organization. That will be all together forming awareness between citizens all across the globe. So it's not only that the role of government as the only sole responsibility actor, but also other stakeholders should be all collaborating in this kind of situation. I have some slides on that on the last presentation that I will share with you later on. But let's move to next question from Lera Effects. Professor Dato, do you find the concept of sustainability and resilience still relevant to the global societies after the pandemic?
Of course. In fact, sustainability is going to be even more complicated.
Yeah.
Because of the pandemic, but pandemic actually came out also from our neglect of the sustainability agenda, because we are opening up lands, without looking at the impact on the habitats of these microbes. Actually, if you look at the microbes in the forest or in the ecosystem, the biodiversity, there are still huge numbers which are still thriving in their natural habitats. So definitely sustainability is becoming more and more urgent now with regards to as a response to the pandemic. Yes.
Yeah, I will second that opinion as well, Professor Dato, because if we contemplate on what our second panelist on the impact of pandemic on urban planning domestication of human, then we can realize that now government or economic actors will think that economic achievement is not the most important thing. Somehow that we have to achieve the most essential part of human needs, which is health and education probably. So the needs to build, beautiful airport or skyscraper would not be at most important agenda as it was or it used to be, but rather shifting towards, different mindset to see that the flatness of society will change the mindset of people, that actually we just need simplicity in our life. That's, I think, something I learned from the Professor Gunawan remark.
Yes, that's correct, Prof. Gunawan.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, I will open up one last question from the audience, maybe direct question that you can, if you have something to share with us before we. No?
Yeah, Bapak Ibrahim, we actually also have a compiled offline question from the audience earlier on the for the audience link.
Okay.
For the IT team, maybe you could present the questions.
Maybe we can select one.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some question here. I'll give a privilege to Professor Dato to select which question we would like to discuss.
Oh, these are the questions, is it?
Yeah, this is the offline questions collected from the audience. Maybe let's start maybe number 6, if you agree.
Yeah, please.
So are we prepared to live with this pandemic certainty for an extended period of time? What is your opinion, Professor Dato?
Why don't you start?
Well, yeah, I will start from area I'm more familiar with, which is transportation. Well, basically, we cannot avoid. I mean, it is something that you have to face.
Yes.
You have to be more, adaptive to the fact that you have to spend more. Just to run your normal operation, you have to spend more. Your drivers should have healthcare facilities. You have to give them more vitamins. You have to test them on regular basis. You have to send them to vaccination center. You have to be more adaptive if your truck or your ship cannot move because you have under quarantine period. So I think it is not a question of either or, but rather something that automatically you have to be more adaptive to this situation in all aspects. I'm talking probably more from transportation, as I'm dealing this industry day by day. We cannot just avoid. It is something you have to face, and we have to make sure that the adaptation, the adaptive process should be quicker. Otherwise, customer cannot wait, and it will be just creating a lot of backward impact for us. That's probably more operating reasons from my side. Maybe Professor Dato, you will have more beautiful nuance to
Yeah, I think we just have to adapt, like you say. We need to adapt because there is no way that we can completely eradicate this virus. And in fact, we have seen over the last few years, there were other viruses that emerged, also the coronavirus, but it's not been as infectious as this one. And scientists are predicting that more will come in the future. We're not careful. So we must be ready actually with adapting to the kind of life where you are being threatened by these new viruses. So like Malaysia and many countries are now more investing in their own vaccine facility. Because you see from the pandemic, there are a lot of problems in sharing vaccines. The rich countries, they store more vaccine and they don't give it to poor countries. Now all countries are looking at why don't we also do our own vaccine production? And it's not difficult because all now using this mRNA technology and all biotech, and so I think that is going to be the way that the countries will operate. We have to live with it, and we have to be ready for the next outbreak.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to continue this discussion on and on, but of course, time is unrenewable resources. We have to end our discussion this time. But before, let me conclude what we have been what I have been witnessing during this conference, pre-conference agenda. Please, officer, can you give me an access to present my screen? IT. I just would like to recap the conclusion from today's agenda. Would you please give me the access to present my screen sharing?
Yeah, IT team, can you please? Okay.
Already, no.
Please, yeah, please.
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Ibrahim.
you very much. So it has been very interesting and stimulating discussion we had from Pak Luhut in the morning, and then several panelists. I think the plenary session has been bringing a lot of important notion on how the macro policies should be incorporated with data-driven analysis. Pak Luhut mentioned that mobility in Indonesia has been all well monitored using Google mobility, using Facebook mobility, just to better understand the risk, the exposure, and the risk when people are becoming more mobilized, such a way that PPKM or restriction is implemented based on the data. So basically, policy is important, and policy can only be introduced with data-driven or evidence-based. The second would be adaptive technology is important to minimize the risk of disaster management. We know that in Indonesia, for instance, the nature of disaster can change time by time, location by locations. There is no such way that we can treat every disaster similarly. So adaptive technology is important, and more into that, sometimes technology should also be complemented with the local wisdom, like what we have learned this morning or this afternoon. And then we also learn about the change in societal landscape from megalotomia to esotomia. Francis Fukuyama, I think for all of you interested with political economy, which means that with pandemic, we have a blessing in disguise. The economy will be a bit of slowing down, emission will be slowing down. In such a way, it will give us a lot of time to reflect on, to more reflective on what we have been doing to this Earth, planet Earth, and probably something that maybe give us some reminder. Probably we have been going too far and too much from Earth extraction. And the last one is micro coordination is very important. So we have to see both perspective from micro level and micro level. It cannot be either or, it should be a combination between the two. And then from the FGD, from Professor Dato, we see a lot of keywords here: building and circular economy, greenhouse gas emission, climate change, and the impact on the economy, and how to deal with crisis management and urban planning. Everyone is going digital in their educations, working, and there will be a lot of agenda that we have to be well tackled so that society can be seeing current phenomenon as new normal. And climate change is also an agenda that we have to realize the impact towards society. In my FGD, sustainable development approaches, we can see a lot of aspect here that pandemic can be mitigated by better information to the citizen, the role of media on vaccination so that citizen can value the vaccination as important as they understand the value of being vaccinated and the value of having herding or herd immunity. And that's something we realize from Malaysian experience. Policy coordination is important. It cannot be seen as one policy fits for all. We need something both at the regional, local, and governmental analysis. In the medium analysis, we see that the pandemic also hit mental health. Something should be done here. The pandemic has also increased the innovation, something Professor Dato mentioned. Ultimately, we cannot rely on technological importation because we have to stick on our own feet. Otherwise, sustainability is the issue. If we keep importing, keep dependent on foreign technologies, for instance. So that also in Malaysia, they introduced their own vaccine. Indonesia, we introduced our own respiratory machine, something like that. Last one will be collaboration and solidarity and sustainable protocols and economy. So that's probably what we have been discussing so far. Again, I think myself, Ibrahim, and my senior but with younger mindset, Professor Dato Ibrahim as well, both of us, we are very privileged to be here to be moderating this topic. And I'm sure there are a lot of knowledge and insight that we can gather from this session in the afternoon and late afternoon now. Professor Dato, if you have a last sentence from you before we end.
No, you have covered everything. Thank you, everyone. And it has been a very good experience.
Thank you very much, Professor Dato. Thank you, everyone, distinguished moderators, distinguished discussion and participants. Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Rahman. I'm very happy to be with you until the end of the FGD session. And I will return my microphone back to our two wonderful MCs, Victorina Arif and Ihsan Kifari. Thank you and see you later in the next occasion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for leading our plenary session today, and also Prof. Dato Ahmad. And the session has been exceptionally exciting. So thank you to our respected moderators. Now we kindly invite two discussants to give their short impression message, about 1 to 2 minutes, about this event. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ferhat Karaca from Nazarbayev University. He is in Sustainable Development Approaches Focus Group. Prof. Ferhat, are you here with us now? Yeah, could you give some short impressions message about today's event?
Okay, thank you very much, Victorina. And actually, I like to express my appreciation for the organization. It is one of the smooth and best organization I attended during this online meeting periods. I mean, during last year. So everything was great. So very successful. Actually, also I'd like to thank the IT guys. I see that there is a certain effort behind the screens. Even you changed my screen name. It was fantastic. So the sessions are well planned. All the plenary talks were great, and the moderators were fantastic. They were talking and managing everything in a very smooth way and mediating. Thank you very much for organizing such a nice event. I am happy to be here. I am proud to be here. Thank you, and I am honored. Well done. Thank you guys. It was great. Scientific activity. I am really impressed. And even I couldn't miss 1 minute. It is more than three hours. So I haven't, regret even in a single second. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ferhat, for sharing your experience with us, and also for your support and message. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Liu Chi-yong from UCSI University, that also has been joining us today to express your experience about the program. Dr. Liu.
Okay, hi. Thank you very much for inviting me to give the impression message. I really like this pre-conference seminar because I think on my side, all the topics spoken by the discussants were very interesting. So I learned a lot of things from it. And it also, this pre-conference seminar gave me the opportunity to share my research, what I found, and also, I think that will benefit the audiences and also other discussants and other people who are interested to listen. And I think this pre-conference seminar is well organized. You have a very wonderful background design, and also very systematic in terms of the coordination of the different sessions. So I really enjoy it very much. And I think I would encourage my friends to participate in this kind of conference in the future. Yeah, so that's my impression message.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your participations in today's event.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so please, Mr. Iksan.
Yes, thank you, Victorina. We kindly ask the Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Ator Subroto, PhD, to present a token of appreciation to our respected moderators and discussants. Please, Bapak Ator, the time is yours.
Bapak Ator, could you please unmute your microphone? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dorina. Yeah, thank you, Dorina and Isa. Thank you, Professor Dato, Dr. Farhat, and Dr. Liu. I appreciate all of your participation today. This is kind of token appreciation for it. Please receive this certificate of habilitation. Thank you for Professor Dr. Ahmad bin Ibrahim. Terima kasih. And then certificate of appreciation to moderator Ibrahim Khalilur Rahman, my very, very best friend from the beginning. Thank you again, Ibra. Very well done. Thank you very much. I hope the next time we will go further. And again, certificate of appreciation to as a discussion for Dr. Liu, Narotam Kumar, Mr. Sidi, Nurbaiti, Ibrahim Shahandi, Rizki, and Ms. Indah Purwaningsih. Thank you very much for your contribution today. We very appreciate your contribution for today. Thank you very much.
And for the sustainable development approach, Bapak Ator.
Yeah, for the discussion on the sustainable development approach, FGD. Thank you, Prof. Yas Mahmud, Prof. Dr. Kumarajaya, Dr. Asti, Pak Liu, Dr. Hanu, and Kamal Nisan Sama Sandewata from the Colombo. Thank you very much for your kind of contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Ator, and thank you, our respected moderators and discussion, for your contribution on this event. To complete our event, we invite Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Chairman of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, our respected moderators and discussant, to turn on the camera as we're about to take virtual photo. First, from the Strategic and Global Studies Group, okay, I will lead the photo session. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay. Next, we will take virtual photo for the Strategic and Global Studies Group.
IT team probably need to sometimes to find the discussions. Is everything okay, IT team? Please, Iksan.
Thank you, Victorina. I will lead the photo session again. 3, 2, 1, go. IT team, all good? Okay, thank you, everyone. And next, from the Sustainable Development Approaches Group, please wait a moment as our IT team are working hard to find all the names that is included in the Sustainable Development Approach Group. Thank you. Okay, IT team, are you ready? Okay, I will lead the photo session again. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, all good? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching to the edge of the event. But before that, let's have a closing remarks from the Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Ator Subroto, PhD. Please welcome Bapak Ator. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Victorina, for your very nice introduction and invite me to give closing remarks. Excellencies, Honorable Minister, AUA managers, sector, director, deans of department, guest discussion, audience, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I believe that all of us have well enjoyed today's event, Recon seminar. It is my great pleasure that you have exciting and fruitful discussion throughout the plenary sessions and the focus group discussions. After successfully holding 4 previous conferences this year, the School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia collaborates with the Asian University Alliance, AUA, to bring this year's significant academic conference with a theme of global strategies for a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic world towards a better future for all. Before the conference day, we are calling to significant programs, which today we have gone through the second program, pre-conference seminar, with the theme of the strategies and adaptation to the pandemic and emerging response. With this holistic program of an intellectual dialogues, authors and speakers from multidisciplinary backgrounds, we highly expect every participant and audience bring home a great insight on the global knowledge and ideas and the response strategies and adaptation to the pandemic topic. We observe the plenary session and a focus group discussion. So I can call all note that the objective of this event has successfully accomplished. The messages from speakers and authors clearly pinpointed that in facing the crisis, we all have to put hands together to have a comprehensive and responsive strategies and adaptation. I like to express my high appreciation to AUA Secretariat, the technical committee from School of Strategy and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, and all the co-host universities for organizing this successful event. Then, of course, my deep respect to all speakers, discussion, moderators, and audiences. are honored to have you today. See you in the main event of 2021 AUA and ICSGS Academic Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapator, for the remarks. Before we're closing today's event, we want to invite all of you to take a group photo. So to everyone that's been joining us with us today, please turn on your camera as we're about to take a virtual photo. So how many pages are we having today, IT? 3 pages. Okay, so we will start in the first slide. Okay, I will count down. IT team, ready? In 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, all good, IT? Okay, for the second slide. Countdown in 3, 2, 1, smile. Great. Is it okay, IT? For the last slide. Okay, give your big smile. IT team ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. Perfect. Thank you everyone for your participation.
To our respected moderators and discussant, we are honored to have you today. And to all our audiences, thank you for your excitement and participation. Please be informed that the certificate of your participation will be sent to your registered email according to your attendance. The link of the attendance is shared in the chat room. Hopefully, this event will be beneficial and insightful for us all.
Before we're closing, we also like to add some important information about our upcoming program. We will have our main event, the 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference, with the grand theme of Global Strategies for a Resilient and Sustainable Post-Pandemic World Towards a Better Future for All. This event will be held on Tuesday and Wednesday on October 26th and 27th, 2021, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Western Indonesian Time. For more information, kindly visit our website, and also you can contact us to our email address as shown in the screen. Yes, this is our official flyer, but for more updates, kindly go to our website. We kindly invite the academics and non-academics to join our events.
On behalf of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference Committee, we would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. Thank you.
And see you on the main event of 2021 AUA and ICSSGS Academic Conference. See you. Bye.
See you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of the speakers, moderators, discussants, audience. Thank you, everybody. See you in our next event.
Recording stopped.
what brings change to the world. It is not area, nor volume, nor quantity, but the collision of thoughts and integration of wisdom. In communication, we pursue harmony. Through integration, we promote tolerance and understanding. Individual parts form a community. Our community creates synergy. Hence, wisdom inspires wisdom. Thought enlightens thought. "15 universities in Asia join hands to establish a community of innovation and wisdom. And set a new global benchmark in higher education collaboration. Integrate Asian wisdom. Shape a better future. Asian Universities Alliance.